innocent, and it's up to the state to bring evidence and a jury to decide if that's different.
Essentially convicted in the media. You don't have to read but a few articles to see how negative they are about him. He has a right to have this information withheld, brought out in public, so that people can see it's not this neat little package. So people can start to wonder if Brian's innocent. Your Honor, Brian is innocent.
They call it the August effect. A quiet pull, a heart's compass, finding its gravitation. A promise whispered to the future. Sunrise paints the window pane a hazy gold. A story in my chest that's waiting to unfold. Used to trace the lines of maps I'd never seen. Now the greenest pasture grows from deep within. Letting go of every anchor, every chain, washing off the dust in cool September rain. This is the freedom, wild and new, the future calling, breaking through. A heart's true north, the sky of blue. This is the promise coming true. The road ahead is unwritten, vast and wide. No need to run, no reason left to hide. Every step a choice, every breath my own. On this open field of chances I have sown. This is the freedom, loud and new. The future calling, breaking through. A heart's true north, a sky of blue. This is a prominent true. The August effect, I understand it now. It's the faith you find somehow. The promise coming true for you. The greenest pasture, free.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday, August the 10th, 2026. Thank you for tuning in to Phoenix Talks. I'm your host, Phoenix, and we have got a wild, you know what? The only way that we can catch up is to do a 6-hour. And there is so much information that I want you all to grasp in such a short amount of time that, yes, here we are yet again, 6 hours deep into it. Hopefully people will catch up, start to see what's happening. You know, I always have to do the legal. Let me get all the housework and the housekeeping out of the way. Speaking of housework, I have been slowly yet surely cleaning out my garage. It is about time. You know, there's just something when you are ready to make a move that you just eliminate everything that you possibly can. You know, I have no need to hold on to some of this stuff. And I'm not a materialistic person, but I will say when you save stuff, it accumulates fast. So remember, here's the legal disclaimer. This content is for informational, commentary, and entertainment purposes only. All opinions are those of the creator and based on publicly available information. I should probably record this so I don't have to say it every single time. Interpretation and speculation. Nothing stated is intended to accuse, defame, slander, or harm any person or entity. It's on my banner also, streaming the whole entire stream. And all individuals are presumed innocent unless they speak for themselves what they've done, and unless until proven guilty in a court of law. And this content is not legal, medical, or professional advice. Viewers should always do their own research and form their own conclusions. Come in, hit the thumbs up button. Let's get to it this morning. Viewers, yes, by watching, you acknowledge all the discussion that we talk about is alleged, speculative, and subject to this disclaimer. And obviously, copyright and fair use notice warning. We are not intending to copyright infringement on anyone. All right. So there you have it. If it's public, we're sharing it and we will commentate on it. All right. So how are you guys? Happy freaking Monday. This weekend seemed really super long for me. How about you? Did you have a long, good, restful weekend? I sure hope so. I sure hope so, because I'll tell you, some weeks it feels like it flies by, some weeks it just lingers. And no matter what you did this weekend, I sure hope all of you here are ready to rock and roll and feel good about the stream we have coming up. A lot of people have remained skeptical, extremely skeptical of our friend Dylan Mortensen. And it never fails. If I go to a channel and I start listening to something that they've said about Dylan, it never fails. It's always shocking to me, the level of, people that have their own opinions. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions, absolutely. But it's shocking to me the way they come at some of these said victims. We all are entitled to our own, absolutely, our own opinions. And I appreciate that for sure. And I'm never one to hold or withhold my own opinion. But I will say, a lot of us have been speculating perhaps what really happened, right? And we can assume because we haven't been told much. But what if I told you in some of these documents, what if I told you they were actually looking at certain people, taking certain things, trying to put the pieces together where they could, because some of this just does not add up. And I'm sure all of you were like, finally, someone's talking about it. Yeah, I haven't seen many creators talk about the Dylan Mortensen effect. What do I mean by that? Well, everyone bought it. Everyone bought it. So let me welcome everybody in. No talkie before coffee. Good to see you. I have got my protein bowl with my fresh blueberries and walnuts and some yogurt and protein chocolate mix, and I am ready to rock and roll. Good afternoon, nesters. Another magnificent Monday. It's going to be 6 hours. Pop in and out when you can. It's subscribers only, so if you're not a subscriber, you cannot comment. So feel free to join and subscribe, hit the thumbs up, and let's do it. Hello, Donna Rosa, Brenda Frey, make Chevy Square again. Dina's in the house. Dina, I hope you are feeling better. Caleb, a member for 7 months. Artsy Gal, Veronica, good to have you back. Hello, and congratulations. So, one thing I always do is look at the documents in the Idaho 4 case. And I want to bring this to your attention because holy fireballs. Guys, if you don't know what this is, I'm going to read it to you. I know it's tiny. It's hard to see. I had to even look again and yet again 3 times at this document just in awe. So in the expert documents, there is things here that I highlighted. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger. No, that is a little bit better. No, that one's not better. This one's better. Okay. You can zoom in if you're on your cell phones. Let me just grab my water, and I got plenty of ice water today. And I am recovering from either another bout of food poisoning or the stomach flu, which they call it. So let me I got messages coming in like no tomorrow. Hold on a second. All right, we got it. All right. I love it when you're on track and you're following the evidence, and we will go wherever the evidence leads us. And on the 27th of January 2023, Matthew Nodell. Now, if you remember Matthew, and if you are new to the case, Matthew Nodell was called to the trial that was going to happen, that never happened, and to give his expertise in regards to weapons. If you know anything about Matthew, and it's really odd that he is a weapons expert per se, he is a tools expert. And he obviously goes and he has been a forensic scientist for over 29 years. He has had hands-on experience. Crime scene investigation. He does crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, firearms examination, and tool mark analysis. He is the owner of Nodell Scientific LLC in Washington, and he provides expert forensic consultation, testimony, and training. He does hold a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology and Medical Technology from Montana, University of Montana, and a Bachelor of Science from California State University, Sacramento. Now, what's so important about this, he started as a toxicologist for a private company in Sacramento. Then he joined the Washington State Parole Crime Laboratory as a chemist, microscopist, firearm tool mark examiner, and a crime scene expert. Then, about 15 years later, he founded his own company, and he offers forensic analysis, 2 and 3D scene reconstruction, and expert witness services. That is what he is specialized in as an expert. Is this so important? Think about 1 second. Why is this so important for him to have these qualifications? He is a WSU grad. He was on the Washington, The Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory. Absolutely. He does crime scene, firearms, tool examination, 3D laser scanning. And he was hired by the defense team. He spent 5 hours at the crime scene. 5 hours. Let me see if I got a picture of this guy, because this is important. Oh, here he is. Hold on a second. He spent 5 hours at the crime scene. Here is a visual of him, just so you can understand while I'm talking about him. I mean, this guy's going to come in and he's going to take a look at everything. And obviously, he has full reign, right? He's going to take a look. He's going to do what he needs to. He spoke out. And let me see if I've got that video still on hand when he spoke out. Now, this is what's crazy, folks. He is very well known. When I look at his curriculum, when I look at his report, all his background is shooting this, shooting that, yada, yada, yada. Okay? And I found something very interesting. And I don't think we ever got the report on this one thing, but we'll talk about it. And I'm going to go look for it in the crime scene pictures. But everything he says, and let me share his, let me see if I could share this. I should be able to. This was in the January 23, 25, okay, 25, 2 years later, almost to the date that he visited the crime scene. All right. He basically says, this is what I've found of interest that I want to dive into for the defense. And let me just list the majority of these on here because this is really odd. It's page 197, and he says January 27th, 2023, almost a year to the 2 years to the date. So he goes in and he picks up these following items at the crime scene. Not too strange, right? But when you start looking at what he picks up, you start wondering, what is he truly investigating? This is my thought process. Now, some of these things may not be very important to you, but when you start looking at some of the things that he has noted, right? Let me share this with you first. He says, specialized training received, Nosler Bullet Factory, ammunition factory, rifle manufacturer, pistol, firearms. Why were they calling this guy in? Why was the defense calling this guy in? Right? Firearms, Ruger firearms, Schneider barrel manufacturer, North America arm. These are all the tours that he's taken. This is all the factory authorized armory training. Now, you just don't get a tour of all these places without being an expert, guys. Workshops and seminars, they're all pretty much crime scene, crime scene, crime scene, projectiles, bloodstain, courses and workshop, gunpowder, drug fire, digital imaging, firearm. Everything is firearms. What in the world took place? What happened at 1122? Was there a raid and somebody got shot and they've kept it very quiet under the radar? Alleged? Was there indeed bullet holes on the side of the house that I showed you before? Is that possible? Because this guy, 3D scanning of bullets and cartridge cases, trajectory. What is all this? Did the defense want to tell the whole story and nothing but the story? And prosecution was like, we're not having this. We can't allow this to happen. I always said, what if there was a raid on this house that night? What if somebody saw that new Range Rover and they figured, oh, activity's happening here? I've always thought it odd that this would happen on a night that Kaylee comes down to show off her vehicle. So odd. And then he has this whole, I guess, presentation he did on amphetamine and methamphetamine from urine. And I'm thinking, what? Solid phase extraction of morphine and codeine? What is he talking about? Why are they bringing this guy in? This guy has a specific, interesting background. Tools, marks in bone, detection of gunshot residue. You don't bring someone in that has all this background with a knife narrative. You can't. You can, Caleb, if it's a matter of national security, Department of Homeland Security. Think about this. This guy has extensive training, specific topics that he was going to come in and present. But yet he doesn't say what he's going to present in any affidavit. I think the defense already knew, and obviously the prosecution knew, in my humble opinion. Now, you can go on and on and on and look at this. Does it look like they brought in a knife expert? Drop a 1 if you think this guy is coming in to talk about knives. Drop a 2 if you think he's coming in to talk about something else based on what he has submitted to the courts. A 1 if it's just about a knife, a 2 if it's something else. 1, just a knife. 2, something else. Because I think we're starting to get a full picture of what went down there, especially with this mysterious guy on the ground in Maddie's room. And look at all the testimony he's given in regards to testimonies and depositions. I mean, we can use our logical brain and think about, why is this guy coming in to talk about firearms when I've told you it looks like somebody was shot? It looks like the side of the house. I've showed you the holes. Somebody was shot inside perhaps Maddie's room, allegedly. Someone is on the ground in photos they accidentally release and hurry up and take away. But look at this for 1 second. His testimony, criminal prosecution, crime scene reconstruction, homicide. Washington, state of Washington, criminal prosecution, trajectory, bloodstain patterns, and shooting reconstruction. Pierce County, Superior Court, homicide. Criminal prosecution, trajectory, and distance determination, Gray Harbor County, Superior Court of Washington, homicide. Attempted degree, first degree murder, Kings County Court, Washington, shooting reconstruction. What? And then he's also been in assault, attempted robbery, criminal prosecution, Tacoma, manslaughter, murder, 1970 officer involved shooting, state of Minnesota, and Larry Clark. They called in him to come to court to give testimony for a specific reason. Conspiracy to commit murder, 5106. And yet again, another homicide in Washington. Criminal examination of fired bullets and gunshot residue on clothing. Wow. Remember the residue that we see in Maddie's room that we pointed out. Criminal prosecution, murder. Criminal prosecution, triple homicide, homicide. Criminal, civil, criminal. I mean, crazy stuff. Why would they need this guy to come in and give testimony in a knife killing? There's more to it. Gunshot residue on a white coat. Washington, Reconstruction, Washington, Kansas, officer involved shooting. Another one, another officer involved shooting. Another one in officer involved shooting. 1, 2, 3. Is that the ghost? Who may have been an officer in this involved shooting? Hiding it, hiding it, hiding it. Shooting, firearm, reconstruction, homicide. Reconstruction, stain pattern examination. Shooting, reconstruction, and distance determination. Let's put all the logical pieces together. Forget about all these people saying something else. Forget about Mowich. Forget about the drug angle. Forget about all this other shit people keep just trying to distract you with. Forget about all that. Look at the evidence, the facts, the experts, the testimony, the pictures, the crime scene. What does not make sense? We are asking the unthinkable questions. He's going to come in and talk about I don't see anything on here talking about a knife. Attempted murder, firearm examination comparison, case firearm properties, reconstruction of a long-ranged fired bullet trajectory. Examination of shotgun components at scene reconstruction, double homicide. Another officer involved shooting. Another. That's like 7, 8, 9. Wow. Trajectory, drug offense. Retrial of examination of cocaine. Officer involved shooting. All his expertise, and that's why they're calling him to the stand, folks. What is going on? A case involving an officer delivering shots through a door, resulting in death of person inside. He gave a deposition. No gun-fired bullet exam, a homicide, defense consultation for bloodstain patterns and shooting in a apartment. Wrongful death of a homeowner shooting through a window at a victim. Oh, shit. A window, maybe the window I showed you at the crime scene. Case involving an officer shooting another one through a door. Officer involved shooting. Holy crap. Look at all of this. I mean, I looked at it, but not as in detail that I do on lives. It caught my eye. That's in Texas. In Illinois, involved trajectory. This guy was highlighting all his special things that he could talk about for the defense. Hidden in plain sight. Another officer-involved shooting incident in 13. And this was Chicago. Another one in Portland, Oregon. Federal court. Officer-involved shooting. Wow. Another one in Washington. You're getting the truth, folks. Drop a 1 if you understand what I've already there's tons of more officer-involved shootings. Okay, there's tons more. You can go through this document. It is on Justice for All, our website, right under expert documents. There's 1,045 pages. BK, expert witnesses for the defense. I know you all are smarter than a whip. All right. So let's go and let's look at what he goes in there for 5 hours. He knows what he's looking for, folks. He goes right in and he picks up everything he knows that is going to be important. And guess what I found in here? Well, he found it, but I found it in the documents. He found another clump of hair outside of all these bedrooms. I'll wait for you to catch up. Because this is going to be wild. First, he says he goes right to the dryer. And number 1, he picks up gray sweats, a gray towel from the second floor dryer. Yep, he collects this evidence. He does. And then he goes and he collects a gray shirt with clump of hair from in front of the second floor dryer. Yes, folks, in front. This is his own words. This is his own document. This is on page 261 of 1,045 documents. And then he says, obviously the evidence is there. Black hoodie from inside washing machine on second floor. And I'm going to show you this in the document as I'm reading this and going along. This was my research, but here it is in black and white live. This is the document. And he goes and he says another clump of hair in front of the second floor dryer, a black hoodie from inside the washing machine on the second floor. Okay. That was on the second floor. And then he says, shoes and a towel. second floor bathroom, floor between shower and vanity. This is what he picks up. This is the leftovers. Remember, Matthew no doubt didn't get there until January 27, 23. ISP, whatever they gave FBI, whoever came in from the whatever, they were looking for more. And then they take the bed sheet, the lavender bed sheet from Dylan's room. Yep, they sure do. And they take a swab of apparent blood side of Coors box in the northeast bedroom. Whose bedroom is that? Northeast bedroom. Let's go look at the crime scene pictures. Let's just take a little jaunt. Northeast. Xana was in the west, so northeast had to be in Dylan's room. Where's the Coors box? I never saw a Coors box. The only Coors box I saw was in Xana's room. Maybe that's a mistake. Let me go down and see if I can see it. What was her room? 4? No. They label these rooms wrong. 6. I don't remember seeing a Coors box in unless they redacted it. I don't see a Coors box in Dylan's room. That has to be an error. I don't see a box. There's something redacted here. I don't remember seeing a Coors box. I don't think that's a box there. Oh, God. Then we got a million L4s, which they say it's nothing but cops prints. Interesting, because I don't remember them stepping in any blood. Okay, so that wasn't a box, maybe. Let's see if there's any other pictures. And this is the photos from photo dump 4 that was deleted. I don't see any box. It had to have been the Coors box in Santa's room. Maybe it's a mistake. Is that a box? No, that looks like a binder. There's a White Claw box. There's a blanket on her bed. I don't see a box, folks. That's got to be an error. There's a box. What is all this in this box? Amazon box. Something got knocked over. Did someone stand on this desk? Popcorn. Yeah, I don't see a Coors box. That has to be an error. Would have caught that quick. Look for footprints. Why'd she have all these cameras in her room? That's just odd. There's a camera. There's a Polaroid. There's a camera on every single shelf, it seems like. What is that on the backside in the mirror? Hold on a minute. What is that? I never noticed that before. Hold on one second. Let me put this in my... Just take a peek at this. What in the hell is in the rear view mirror? Is it the blanket on the bed? Let me share this with you so you guys can see it. I never noticed that before. And sometimes I will notice something. I'm going to switch it over. Have you guys ever noticed this in the mirror before? Let me throw it up here on the screen. All right, here you go. Hopefully you guys can see that. It's loading. I have never seen this in the rear view mirror, in this mirror before. I wonder what that is. I'll dig into it a little bit further too. But if you look in this mirror, you can see the reflection on the bed. It might just be the blanket. I'll superimpose it and see how large we can make it. It might be something, it might be nothing. All right. Coors box on the stairs, second floor, hidden, Ethan, blood, unmixed. Oh, I thought that was a White Claw box. Look inside this. Let's see if we can make this a little larger. Hold on. Let's see if I can make it larger. What does that look like? Does that look like the blanket? Or does it look like... No, I don't think that's the blanket upside down. That looks like the white comforter. Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm just going to look at the other photos. Yeah, the blood would accumulate different. Is it on the comforter? I don't think it's the blanket. But I was looking for the Coors box that this crime scene expert puts. I mean, W and E are right close together. It could be a typo. I don't see a Coors box in Dylan's room, but we know the lavender sheet was taken, the lavender sheet on this bed. And as we go back over live, we're going to look at this, and then we're going to get into parents. Okay. Everyone keeps asking me, how did the parents fit into this? Well, we're going to do a little deep dive, and it is a live, and we're going to spend a little bit of time on the parents here. So they took the bed sheet lavender from Dylan's room by the kitchen, and then it's got to be an error. The Coors apparent blood, because then right next to it, they say swab of apparent blood bathroom, second floor, adjacent to the washer and dryer. So there was blood in the bathroom with the washer and dryer. Okay. But they also took a black hoodie from inside the washing machine, and they did take a gray shirt with a clump of hair from the second floor dryer, along with pink sweats and a gray towel. So why would somebody wash their clothes with a big clump of hair? Was there any laundry being done that night or early that morning? And why would there be a clump of hair in front of the dryer? A gray shirt. Let's go back to the crime scene pictures, folks, and let's go to the bathrooms. Let me look at this. Let's jump over here real quick. I'm going to go to the bathrooms, and I'm going to look start to finish. Oh, we could skip all this. Definitely skip all this. All right, let's see. I don't remember a Coors box on the counter. I remember a White Claw box. And it was up here on the ledge. There's the White Claw box. And what is this green thing? Is that some of the detective stuff? That Coors box had to been in Xana's room. Let's get there. I want to look at the bathroom. We know that the bathroom had a scene of the white shoes. And remember the Crocs? This one. I don't remember seeing a gray sweatshirt. Isn't that what he says? A gray sweatshirt with a clump of hair in front of the second floor dryer. Why would he find that interesting? Why would he have to take that? And nobody talks about this, the trash, the residue, the gloves. 54 is never seen again. No reports on 54 ever. Or the stains all over. Nothing ever heard of again. Was there a raid and a cop shot someone? He talks about these being taken. Okay, there's the lavender sheet. He talks about taking that. 1/27/23 aligns with the date he walks in there. Okay, then black hoodie from the second floor dryer. That was 1/27. Gray shirt and hair. So now he doesn't say clump of hair. He just says gray shirt and hair, front of second floor dryer. How in the world? Yeah, Caleb, how did they sleep at night? It's like they're telling us one story. They're going to go to court and they're going to say a different story. Croc shoes from floor, second floor, bathroom, shower, and vanity area. Well, we've seen those before. So let me grab. And here is the actual proof of the Coors box. Coors box. It doesn't say the description of where it was found. Floor, bath, second floor. And it also says third floor. It says closet, first floor, south. What does that say? Gosh, it's hard to read this. Let me just see. Let me see if I can get it over here. It says Coors box, floor, bath, second floor by door. Third floor, west. Hold on. Exterior, west. Closet wall. First, south, something. Third floor, north wall, cast off. Third floor, bathroom. Ceiling, third floor. Third floor ceiling over bed toward east. Third floor ceiling over bed towards east. That was all on the 26th. And of course, this was later on when they removed all of this. Still looks like a pattern there. The floor, they remove the floor, they remove the dry board. Let me go back. So what was he looking for? What was he looking for? Let me go to the second floor bathroom. Let's see if I can, how fast I can get there. Wonder if they test the blood in the sink that someone said they saw. One of the officers said that it looks like blood in the sink. Leave it to us. We're the experts. That's what I can hear him saying. Leave it to the experts. Y'all don't need to know anything. We got this. Just trust us. Okay, these are the bathroom pictures after they just totally threw everything in from the rooms. I guess these are all the things that they got back. All right, here is, nope. These are still before. After. They didn't take any. He must have not been able to. I wish they would also put dates on these photos. All right, some of these are going to get really wicked. Hold on. I don't think there's any more bathroom. Remember, these can get really graphic. I don't want to go through all of these. Let me see if it was in another set of pictures that we have bathroom. But you guys know the bathroom picture that I'm talking about. The picture where they have the pants in front of the vanity. I don't remember seeing a gray sweatshirt. Does anybody? Drop a 1 if you remember seeing a gray sweatshirt. I'm going to look and drop 1. And then I'm going to look and drop 2 and see if there's anything in that bathroom. In front of the vanity on the second floor. Here we go. I don't see a gray sweatshirt, guys. Do you? This was at the scene of the crime. These pictures, there's a black hoodie in there. I don't see a gray sweatshirt in front of the dryer. I don't see anything in there. A gray sweatshirt in front of the dryer and a clump of hair. How could somebody miss that? How can somebody miss a sweatshirt with a gray clump of hair? Because that's what he's saying that he picks up and puts it into evidence. Gray sweatshirt, a gray shirt with clump of hair from in front the second floor dryer. I only remember a gray, well, this one's just saying a gray shirt. There is a black hoodie from inside washing machine, second floor washer. And this was on the 27th. This is almost 2 months after. I don't think they went and did laundry after the crime scene cleanup and not cleanup, but the investigators went out there. Shoes and a towel. Second floor bathroom between shower and vanity. Shoes and a towel. Let me go back to those pictures. Shoes and a towel. Let's look. Shoes and a towel. We see the white shoes on the floor. There's a towel there. Shoes and a towel. Are those the pink sweats? Shoes there. It could be those shoes, those Nike shoes, and the towel. Could be any of these towels they picked up. Shoes and a towel. I don't see a gray shirt, though. When were these photos taken? Wonder when these were taken. Why don't they have the date on these, too? Shoes could be there. It doesn't say what kind of towel. It just says a towel. Pink sweats, gray towel from second floor dryer. So that was in the dryer. shoes and a towel, bathroom floor between shower and vanity. Could be the ones that we've seen. They took the bed sheet from Dylan's room. Drywall, floor cutout impressions, drywall. Swab of apparent blood facing exterior closet wall, south, north. Drop cast north wall at door jamb. Bedroom far ceiling pattern and apparent blood. So that Coors box definitely has to be in Xana's room. It has to be. They must have made a mistake. Because it says cut. Swab of apparent blood side of Coors box. And we never find out what happened there. All of the MPD missed that. All these things they missed, was it purposely missed? That's a great point, Dina. Was it purposely missed because it didn't lead to where they wanted it to lead? Is that a possibility? Just like the expert coming in and all his background is in firearms and officer shootings? I wonder if Brian Koberger knew exactly what happened, and the only way that he could prove it was to call in the experts that would be able to say what happened. Wow. That is wild. Wasn't Dylan wearing a gray sweatshirt? It says a gray shirt. It doesn't say sweatshirt. But yeah, in this picture, in the last picture of all of them together, she has that sweatshirt on, doesn't she? Let me just grab it. Yeah, she does. And they have definitely tried to scrub this one from the internet. It's hard to even find some of these pictures nowadays. Hold on, let me see if I've got the final. The original is even hard to come by. It's on Kaylee's TikTok. Hold on. Or Instagram, sorry. Here it is. This is... Well, I wonder what kind of shirt she had on underneath here then. Yeah, because you usually wear a shirt underneath the sweatshirt. And it was 30-something degrees outside. Wasn't it cold? Let me see what the temp was. Everybody was wearing sweatshirts. Let me put this up on the screen so everybody sees this one. This one was on Kaylee's wall. Who's wearing... well, look at that. Bethany and Dylan are both wearing gray. Xana's in all black. Maddie's in yellow. And Kaylee is in a sweatshirt. Kaylee was in a lighter gray sweatshirt, as you can see on her Instagram. Let me grab that one. And Ethan was in all black. So yeah. Maddie looks like she has a black tank top underneath. What was the temp that day at about 2? What was the temp in Moscow, Idaho on 11/13/12? August. November. Why didn't it give me November? November 12th, 2022. Well, it was 44 degrees, 29 at night. So it wasn't too cold, but yeah, you would definitely want to wear something warm underneath a sweatshirt. 44 degrees. It depends on if you run hot. She's right. DM was wearing a gray one. I've always wondered why DM was wearing Xana's t-shirt. Yeah, don't know. All right. So when we look at the actual documents that the expert was coming to testify, what he took, I don't know. What are your thoughts about an expert coming to testify? Doesn't give any of the information to us, but it says Appendix D, bloodstains sampled but not matched to source. I mean, this is something that he talks about. Look at all of these exhibits. Bloodstains sampled but didn't match to source. These are all Detective Talbot's samples. Acquired but not tested for DNA. Okay? How could you get away with grabbing all these samples and never testing for DNA? Y'all, you can't make this up. Blood swab collected from north wall about first and second staircase. Half wall, floor 2. Look at all these swabs. Near the mirror of second floor west bedroom. South wall of hallway near floor 2. Door casing near floor 3, bathroom. All this blood everywhere else. Why would they never test that? Did they not care? Some were tested, see Appendix B. And then he says, here's everything that I used, all the materials I used for this examination in my expert opinion. He did 3D scans. He did vehicle photos, body cam of Nunez, the 911 call audio, BK scene pictures, 1115 images from scene. Why would it be labeled BK scene pics? Don't you think that a little odd? BK scene pics. 1,115 images from scene. What does that mean even? Pre-search part 1, 2, and 3. Ethan autopsy, Kaylee autopsy, Maddie and Xana. And then what is this, all this Koberger unredacted 1 through 99, 342 to 480. What is all this? Is that a report? Property evidence, shoe print, Ada County, Koberger, unredacted. Don't know what that is. Crime scene tablet. He went in and looked at that. Payne's report. Stephanie Winton's report. Stephanie Wilton's report again. Taylor's report. Catherine Deacon. Jade Miller. Stephanie Wilton again, her report. All the notes. Jade Miller, a couple of other forensics documents. Jade Miller, a checklist. Ada shoe print. FBI lab hair testing he looked at. Sutton's report. Koberger vehicle report. Soil from the FBI report. He looks at all these reports. DNA from Koberger, ISP, these two. Looks at a bio page from the lab and then pages from Koberger. Scene ISP 11. Some other report. Martinez. Another bio report. DNA. Those were all not his. He looks at the DNA reports. He's got to know it sometime. All these reports don't point to Koberger. LE, search warrant Hyundai. Additional and duplicated images provided. All those Koberger photos. Grove and scene drone view. Scene from the 3rd floor. Scene hall samples. Second, scene samples. It's got to be from the drone. And looks at all those. Now, he never puts his findings in the report, guys. And then he talks about the reconstruction of this event. So he says, during the course of the reconstruction of this event, many questions were raised about the potential weapons used in this event. Not one, weapons. 2. I don't think that's a typo. The sheath by Maddie Mogan's body. And the type of knife marketed to go with that sheath. To that end, a replica K-Bar USMC brand knife, K-Bar item 1217, was purchased to characterize the class characteristics of a knife. Those evaluations were discussed in this review. Here is the approximability of a replica. They put it into ballistic gelatin, which is kind of like the substance that would, like you treat it like skin, and how the knife would pull out. And the widest part of 1.25 inches and the widest part of the body of the blade. They tested it, and it said that the knife, full width of the knife, approximately 1 1/4 inches, was represented on the width of the entry cut. So the width of the entry cut might be wider than the width of the knife at any time in stab length due to rocking the knife forward and back during stabbing or withdrawal. So, of course, he goes and he measures this. And then he says, probably 2 inches from the tip. And the gelatin that they use, he said it will be shown in figure 3. Well, we don't get to see it. But this is what he said a K-bar looks like because it's jagged. And then a steak knife. A common steak knife. Each was stabbed into gelatin through a skin simulant surface at the depth indicated by the arrows. The wide K-bar leaves a wide stab slit. The narrow steak knife leaves a narrow stab slit. And what was the actual autopsy? Let me pull that up. I bet you it doesn't match. Let me look and see the autopsy. I think it said it was 2 and something else. Hold on a second. Ethan's autopsy, all 4. And let's just take Ethan's, for example. Let's see what it says first. Okay. Depth, approximately 7 inches. The wound travels from... There's no way. There's no freaking way. One and a half. This one's 1.5 by 1/4. There's no way it was a K-bar. 1 1/4 and 1/2 inch. This one is 2.5 inch by 1 inch. 4.5 inch linear. There's no freaking way. If he says that this one is 1 and 1.5 inches from the tip, there's no way it could have been a K-bar. And I'm no expert, but what was he coming in to say? That's what I want to know, because they don't give us any conclusion in his expert defense other than, hey guys, this is a document. This is everything I'm being, tested on. And look at his whole background as firearms. So what was he coming in to testify? And then obviously it's all redacted, but I don't think he was coming in to testify. Yeah, it's like bringing a knife or a gun into a knife fight. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what? One picture that still bothers me out of all of these pictures in these crime scene photos, just one that still bothers the heck out of me. Not only what happened in Maddie's room, but that freaking front door picture. This front door picture just, I don't know. I don't know, folks, but was their door always like this? Was their door always looking like somebody had busted in the door and then they replaced this with some cyber key below it and drilled out a new hole in the door? Was that always like that? This door just bothers me. Like, did somebody break in the door and then they moved the door handle to the bottom and hurried up and made that look like a hole? What happened with this door? Who can explain what happened to this door? Was this door always like that? Was it? Because it looks like somebody kicked in the door and then they hurried up and put something else on. That doesn't even look like the right door thing cover. And it looks too new. It looks shiny and new. Like, what happened to this door? Doesn't look like it was, it looks like it was kicked in. Something about this door that just bothers me. Why would they not just put a new door on? No, I don't think Xana's dad fixed that door. I think he fixed her room door. That's what they had said. Something about her door. I don't think it was the front door. But remember, they had this door. Allegedly, the door was open. The door was open before. Something just doesn't sit right about this door with me. If anybody had kicked the door in, there would be signs of stuff on the floor. Signs of anyone, kicking the door in. Do you see any of that around the front door area? I don't think we do. If somebody kicked the door in, there would be proof laying around. What are these beads? Is that the bead on the front door? There would be proof of something kicked in, fallen. They took a lot of pictures of this door, too. Maybe they thought the same thing. Someone kicked the door in. It's just weird. Weird, weird, weird. I mean, Sunday morning, you can't go. What time does the stores open up around there that you can go get a new door or a door handle or doorknob or something of that? Early in the morning, 9 a.m., maybe Home Depot or... Yeah, something's wrong. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to get into the parents of 1122 King Road occupants. We're going to definitely get into this. So grab your refill of your water and ice. And I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you all stick around. We're talking about the parents.
Feel the pulse, a quiet hum, a steady rhythm like a distant drum. In the darkness, waiting for the sun, a brand new day is yet to come. They build the walls to keep us down, whisper lies all over town. But every seed that hits the ground will break the silence with its sound. I hold this truth inside my hand, and on this solid rock I'll stand. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Got a new horizon in my soul. Yeah, I got faith, it's multiplying, and it's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Let them talk their empty words. My spirit flies on with the birds. Their tangled webs are so absurd. My simple truth will be heard. No, I won't bow, I won't break down. I'm here to claim my righteous crown. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Justice rising. Got a new horizon in my soul. It's multiplying, it's multiplying, and it's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Justice rising, calling my name. Feel the vibration, feel it deep inside. A new creation, yeah.
Here we go. We're going to talk about the parents in regards to the deep dive in Idaho 4. Welcome back to this 6-hour live. This is going to be a lot in the next few hours. And I totally understand if you have to come and go as you need to. Jump back on wherever you stop listening to. We're going to keep going because this one topic is so important. My timeline goes all the way back, not to that weekend. It goes all the way back to Parents' Weekend at the University of Idaho. Why? Because I feel this is a very important event that happened that weekend. Now, I will say this. Something had to have happened that triggered a domino effect that flowed all the way into the next weekend, in my humble opinion. Now, early in the days, it was said that Dylan was talking to her dad outside of 1122. And Maddie Mogen had allegedly said, "Who is that?" And she said, "That's my dad." And something clearly triggered an event that just snapped everything into place, in my opinion. So let's go back to that weekend at University of Idaho, Parents' Weekend. That was November the 4th, right? That was the weekend that all the parents came out. Parents being the Chapins, the Dylan's dad came. There were some other people that came out. And when you think about this, something had to have triggered. And you know, Kaylee, being the sleuther that she was, she probably kind of did a background on everybody's parents. And I wonder if something triggered stress inside the house after Parents' Weekend. Because they come and they meet, you know, your roommates and all that fun stuff. And they have football and tailgates and game day dinner. And they get to do all the things with the parents and the kids. And this was also the weekend that was alleged that Ethan had done some inappropriate things, and a picture was taken of somebody's mother. And, you know, things got a little wild and out of control. And I've often wondered how these families all intersected together at this one location, all these families intertwined and meshed together. Because there are some suspicious family members in these families, in my opinion. So when we get into it, and I don't know if you know much of the background, we've talked a little bit, in detail about parents in the Idaho Forest. Been enough speculation in this case. We want to try to stick to the facts. So in order to get to the facts, you need to go to the court repository in Idaho, because that's going to give you a lot of background on these families. Okay. Some people do have some run-ins with the law. Some people don't. Some people are very law-abiding citizen type people. But when you start looking at the majority of these individuals, you have to wonder what is going on in these families, right? Now, let's start with Maddie Mogen's family. Let's start there. How about stepmom was involved in some things, okay? But, you know, you have to look at the history of families, period. Did someone say something or something happen? Is that a possibility? Sure. When all these parents run in together and they figure out, well, let's look at Maddie's background first. Maddie did have a drinking, obviously, alcoholic beverage in 2019. Okay. She did pay the bill. she did plead guilty. It was a plea. And that was on her record. Kaylee had one too, right? Kids drink in college, some get caught. But there was something else that obviously after Brian Koberger pled guilty, her family filed in the matter of the estate of Maddie Mogan. And that was November 3rd, 2025. We've talked about that before. And I allege that it lists her mother as her her probate, whatever they call them, estate planner or whatever. And that was also done at the same time that Kaylee's was done too. Okay. But if you look at Ben, her dad, let's just take a deep dive and see, unfortunately, if there's anything on Ben. Now, some of these things might have changed because we know that there are a lot of things that have been removed from the repository. And it looks like perhaps, maybe Dad Ben has a background, right? He has questionable background, I'll say. And it looks like the latest one was in 2022. It does say criminal. And he has a lot of them. And the defendant is his wife, Corey Lynn Hatrock. Now, it says, I don't know why it's listed under him, but it says Corey Lynn Hatrock, defendant, underneath Ben's name. So I don't know why that is. And it looks like they did have a attorney, a Coeur d'Alene prosecutor. Then they went pro se. Then inactive attorney is Ann Taylor. And then let me see if this case is closed. Oh, this case closed. This was 3/18/2022. They had some drug possession, paraphernalia, probation violation. And then it looks like a plea deal was taken to a misdemeanor sentence. And yeah, just obey all laws. Probation was terminated. That means they completed it. In 2023, there was a probation violation, and they admitted it. And the case was closed. Order of probation violation. And it was closed and the attorney withdrew. But that's weird that it's under her name. It's under his name, but it states her. Corey Lynn Hatrock. That is really odd. It doesn't make sense. All right, so that was the latest one, but there has been an infraction in 25. Driving to, he forgot to stop. No biggie. And filing was made. Trust Financial, he owed somebody $1,100, it looks like. And 2020 was the last known issue. So, yeah, Ben's had some run-ins in his background. Let's look at Corey since her name was under his. And I'm going to do Hatrock. This is Maddie's stepmom. Per public reports. Everything is public here, folks. Everything is public. And she just had an infraction not too long ago in February. Failed to register a vehicle. Had another infraction. Operating a vehicle while using a cell phone. 22, there was a criminal case. Latah County prosecutor. Controlled substance possession. exonerated, not guilty, guilty. There's a plea deal. Dismissed on the motion of prosecutor. Mitchell, John T. Mitchell, September of 2022. Dismissed. Possession of controlled substance with the intent to deliver. Guilty, controlled substance. Looks like they dismissed 2, and they gave her a plea for number 1 charge. Gave her a felony sentencing. 3 years. Credit 272 days. Felony probation, community service, all satisfied in 2023 and 24. $272 credit days. Wow, this is weird. Let me just look at something. Request to terminate probation, 2025. Comment for prosecutor to respond. 101 hours verified of community service. Case closed. It was reopened. Okay, so there's Maddie's stepmom and her dad's background. So is it true they both had a history with drug use? Perhaps. Okay, so I mean, let's just talk about the truth here. Dad and stepmom, there could have been some potential threat there, right? So were they at parents' weekend and hung out with Maddie? Does anybody know? I don't remember seeing anything about parents' weekend with Maddie. And there are a lot of catch and release, you bet. You bet, because I mean, I talk about it all the time. These prosecutors have to determine who they're going to keep in jail and who they're going to keep on the streets, right? It costs a lot of money to put somebody in prison. Costs the state a lot of money. So they'll throw somebody out on the streets that's been picked up 20 times for drugs. It's just the way it works. So we looked at Maddie's mom's stepmom and Maddie's dad. I think we looked up Maddie's mom. Nothing really shocking or to look for, right? And I think we even looked at dad. There was one filing on the 2025, and that was versus the city of Moscow. That they put a petition in. They got a partial permanent injunction. But this is weird. The only families that put in an injunction to not release pictures, talking of families, is Maddie's and Ethan's. Maddie and Ethan's. Why do you think that is? Maddie and Ethan's asked, please don't let this get out there. Yes. Yes, it was said that Maddie flew down to go see Jake during parents' weekend. It was said that. Was it true? Don't know. Did anybody know that she flew out of Coeur d'Alene? Because you'd have to drive to Coeur d'Alene to take a flight out of there. I know that for sure, down to Boise. And I know that she used to post about her trips with her beau, Jake, in Boise, and how they used to love driving back and forth. But why would she fly to Boise and come back? Did they break up? Did they break up maybe? I don't know. So, who else? Oh, Maddie's stepdad. I didn't really see anything on Maddie's stepdad. There's a couple of questionable things, but nothing that would throw up red flags, right? He goes by his middle name. He doesn't use his first real name, allegedly. So I don't really see any red flags or background. I don't even know what he really does. So you don't see much about her stepdad. He did speak. And, my heart goes out to them if they got involved or caught up in something that should have never got caught up in. And that's what it's beginning to feel like. That's what it's really beginning to feel like. Now, Maddie's mom did an interview not too long ago, and they basically asked her, where's she at today? And there is a clip I just want to share with you, since we're talking about parents. I couldn't imagine how they feel about all this. And she's been in some documentaries. She's definitely been in some documentaries. Let me see if I can find that clip real quick. I think I had it. She was on the Today Show. And she was in People magazine. There were 2 videos that I watched this weekend, and I thought, oh, that would be a really good one to watch and share and take a peek at it. And where did it go? This was Maddie's stepdad, and you can tell how much he admired her. Let me just bring this one up here real quick. Let me see if this works.
For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Santa, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and his sentence. As for his sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste the words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others, and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure.
That was a video from Maddie's step-parents. When you think about these families that intertwine, it seems that one family is always in the spotlight. I know how we've talked about that. That was indeed Maddie's stepdad. Uncle, I don't know about uncle, but stepdad that they have told him he is in the media. And this was after the sentencing.
Left the sentencing, where we gave our victim impact statement. Judge Hippler sentenced the defendant to the maximum allowable sentence under the plea agreement. So the sentence will ensure that this evil will never again terrorize the family as he did ours and 3 others. The trial would have involved risks. Had the defendant been convicted, he may not have been given the death penalty. We would have had to endure years, maybe even decades of appeals. This way, his fate is sealed. Society is protected, and we can move on with our lives and attempt to recover. Maddie was our purpose and our hope. We remain lost without her, but we will find our way. Thank you.
If you have never been
So that I don't know what that was. That was the rest of his speech. We watched that. And you really don't hear a lot from Karen, Maddie's mom. There was a few documentaries that she spoke out in, but not a lot. Very quiet people out of the spotlight. And same with Xana's mom and dad. Xana's mom has some struggles in her life, right? Kara has not always been on the straight side of the law. And when you look at her background, you question, did this have any part in her daughter's demise? She even asks if something was to do or correlate with her daughter's death in an interview. And this is what she says on sentencing day. As soon as it plays.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
I'm Kara Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really, but it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Why did the camera cut off like that? Why? It doesn't make sense. Why would they cut the camera off like that? Why would they have him facing another way? I mean, I wonder, was he even in that room? It seems like there was split cameras. There were no other cameras allowed. The viewers that were sitting, the participants looked like they were sitting somewhere else. They weren't even looking over there. It was kind of odd to me. It just an eerie, odd feeling. It's just something that I've thought about. And when you think about the Chapin and the Mogans are the only family that does not want the pictures released. Why is that? Why is that? They put an injunction against the Moscow Police Department not to release any of these pictures. Steve G's family didn't get involved in that. Neither did Xana's family. Steve G's family didn't get involved, and neither did Xana's family. Think about that for a minute. Yeah, the applause in the courtroom. I almost said classroom. The applause in the courtroom was a little odd too. I've never seen applause in a courtroom, not even at a sentencing. That's never sat right with me either. It's like it was a Hollywood stunt, right? I mean, who were they really looking at? Why did they have to move the podium and face another way? Who were they really looking at? I mean, I do have a picture that shows them all in the same room, and it's from the viewpoint of Steve G. We're going to talk about that next. They have been the main characters in this movie, hence, per se, case, front and center. Why is that? Here is the screenshot taken. I don't know who took this photo, but it was on some news site that I happened to come across. Let me see who it was. Hold on. This was, I want to say People. Where did it come from? Oh, ABC News. abcnet.australia. This picture came from Australia. That's what it says. And this is where I found this picture. Australia had this picture, but I've not seen anyone in the US post this picture. This was Australia, abc.net, au.news, Australia. And I'll put this below in the comments. And this is where I got that picture from. The father of Kaylee Goncalves taunted Koberger for leaving his DNA on a knife sheath near Mogan's body and getting caught despite being a graduate student of criminology at nearby Washington State University at the time. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master's degree, you're a joke. That's what Steve Goncalves says. Wow. And this was kind of the breakdown. And they're the ones that are blurring Bethany and Dylan's faces, except for here in court. We'll get into them. We'll definitely get into these. But let me remind you that we're just here looking at something maybe somebody overlooked. Is that even possible? Or the narrative was told so that we wouldn't ask questions. But here we are asking questions because all the evidence doesn't even point to Koberger. Who does all this evidence point to? Think about it. Let's just think about it. Let's get into Dylan Mortenson's family. Mom, Lily Robb, that's all public information, works at the University of Idaho in Boise. And they basically said that the green jacket wasn't hers, doesn't look like hers, but it's all her DNA all over this jacket. You know, you go to college, you pick up other things, other people's jackets. It's not a big deal. And, you know, you wear them, you use them, whatever. And one thing is for certain, that Mom worked at the University of Idaho. She was an evaluation and dissemination coordinator at the University of Idaho. Let me just bring this up so I can. Let me remove this. All right. Program coordinator. The last time it was recorded was 2023. Doesn't look like she is no longer there. She looks different here. Exactly, Phoenix. Those aren't real tears. Well, I can't say they are not, right? I don't know. But this is Dylan's mother. She did work at the U of I. Here is a program coordinator. And you can go and look online for yourself. So, and that was right off of a query search, University Campus Directory, contact Lily Robb at Idaho and University of Idaho. Campus Directory, you can go through and look. Let's just see if we can find her on LinkedIn too. All this is public. I doubt it, but you never know. Nope, don't see her in there. Dispute resolution based in Boise, Idaho. Let's just check this out. Oh, sorry, your page can't be found. Typical. When you go to look for something, you can't find it anymore. How about that one? Yeah, just happens that way. Let me see if I can find anything else. Boise University. Maybe she went to another university. I don't know. And let me just check this out. Nope. Oh, here is a complete background of her name when she was Mortensen. And she was married to Brent Jesse Mortensen. So there is her history. And why did that pop up? And all this is public. I mean, there is nothing private anymore, folks, in this world. You can find out anything you want on the internet. Hold on one second for me. And since we are talking about Dylan, there's nothing in the repository except for some speeding ticket or something. I mean, we've done our deep research on them. We can talk about the parents. Hold on a second. This is so odd. My computer keeps acting up and I can't figure out why. Hold on. Let me see if I can change this setting. All right. Can you hear me now? Drop a 1 if you can hear me. It's like my whole system just didn't want to work with me, but I think we're up and we're good. Drop a 1. No sound. Yes, you can hear me. Okay, so let's get into this. We're going to talk about Dylan's family. And first, we're going to hear from Dylan. And I'm doing this backwards because I want you guys to hear what she says, and then we're going to drop some massive firebombs because they have bent over backwards for this individual. After I just showed you the experts and what they connected and what they were going to expose in trial, why would they be connecting Dylan's bed sheet? Why would they be collecting hair, clumps of hair with shirts and clothes and shoes in the bathroom? Why would they be going and looking at things if she was innocent? I'm not saying that she's guilty, alleged. Why would they make special accommodations?
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Miss Mortensen and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure.
Sit in a prosecutor's seat. What? And sit down low enough she won't have to look at him?
Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Can you block him? What? Guys, I want you to read the room. Take a step back. Look at Brett Payne, Officer Payne in the first row, third person over. Look at Detective Gilbertson. Look at some of the people's smirks on their face. And then I want you to watch Josh Hurwitz as she steps up. Watch his face. Watch his face.
Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Gilbertson takes a deep breath, looks the other way. Hurwitz got his hand on his face, smiling.
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, 4 beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light they carried it into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy.
Wait a minute, Dylan. What? Wait a minute. How is this even possible? Okay? When you think about this on a whole, you have to remember what Maddie Mogan put on her TikTok. Remember what she put on her TikTok. I always go back to this video because I think it's very interesting. This happened on almost 12 days before this whole ordeal went down. This one. I know you guys remember this one, right? You guys remember this? I can't play the song because I'll get dinged. But remember this whole humiliating thing that they did to Dylan that night? Was that part of the hazing? What was that all about? Right? I mean, I wouldn't share videos like that no matter what. I thought they were discouraged from posting videos like this And I thought Maddie was no longer in the sorority. So obviously this had to have been taken from somewhere else. So I'm just curious as to why would she be saying this now?
He took away the ability for me to tell him that I love him and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who love them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world, he took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home, the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? And then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive?
That's a great stopping point. Reliving what you didn't hear. Well, she said she heard everything. Everything.
He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. Still trying, and I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to.
I wonder if, allegedly, Dylan really told them all goodbye. Think about that, what she's saying.
Woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken. but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the good we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished.
There goes that dream again.
He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them, to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
Dylan, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
Okay, so who in the hell was she talking to if nothing points to Koberger? If Koberger is innocent, factually innocent, who was she talking about this day? What the heck are we watching? Let's get into her dad. Let me see if I have anything bookmarked already. All right, let me pull this up. So we've got two suspicious backgrounds on these families. And we've got one we're getting into. And let me just grab this. And drop your thoughts below. We're trying to weed out the rumors. So, of course, we have to go and look at all avenues. Because aren't you just tired of all these rumors? As we get closer to understanding what really happened, believe me, we're going to figure it out. That one was a no-go. Hold on, let me see if I can pull this one up. Drop your thoughts. Let me know. Her identity? I believe she was involved, says Annette. Brian's innocent, you can tell. Otherwise, he would have reacted differently to those speeches. More than that, in my humble opinion. Wow. And the Best Actress Award goes to involved. Brian was confused. Yeah, confused. Who were they talking to, right? Did they have him a little sedated, maybe? I don't know. We can assume. Let me just take a peek at this. Yeah, so she is no longer at the University of Idaho. Her mother is. There is no background on Lily with one L. And we'll get into that now. So here is the portal for Idaho. There was a divorce filed in 2017 under Ada County under her Lily Mortenston name. And it was filed against Brent J. Mortenston, birth date of 1978. Judgment was made. And it looks like, focus on the children. It looks like there are some children involved in this divorce. And custody modification visitation, and it was done. So that's what we have in this one. So let's go back to the search resort Lily Ann Robb is her name. And it looks like there's just a couple of infractions. It's like seatbelt, not obeying a yard sign, a stop sign, failure to register annually, and something driving speed over the speed limit. So nothing major, right? So then we can go to her dad and let's see what we have on dad. And let me just paste this in here and submit. And let's see what pulls up. Eeks. 1, 2. It's J Mortenston. And it depends on what birthday it is. If they put it in here. No, they didn't put it in here. Owed somebody some money. They got a judgment for $7,000 against him. First National Bank of Omaha. All right. Let's see what the next one is. Debtor collection. Owed somebody money. Case closed. Order of dismissal. Looked like Discover Bank was trying to get some money back. This one is Ada County Bank of America. Released. Looks like they were trying to get some money back. Wow. Okay. Let's look at this one. First Bank of Omaha. We already looked at that one. And what was this one? 2626. Looks like it's closed. Calvary SPV LLC. What is that? $11,000 awarded. What is Calvary SPV? Ooh, he owes money. Is a credit agency. Purchases old credit card debt. There. It's probably the Discovery or Bank of America they couldn't get. So they went over and they did that instead of trying to go direct. So they bought old credit, and now it was basically said a default judgment. He owes them $11,1207 plus the other 7, about $20,000. All right, let's see what else is on here. So dad owes money. Is his middle name Jesse? Yes. There's a couple of infractions, no big deal. Divorce, we just went over that one. Divorce filing from another state, so he must have moved there. And then 3 years later, he got a divorce. Is that what that is? Patricia Monroe. Patricia Mortenston. Oh, that was his new wife. All right, that was his new wife. All right, so he owes a little bit of money. Nope, nothing bad dealing, right? Just owes a little bit money and he likes to drive fast. No biggie. Now that's all I know from the repository. All right, so we just took a look at those 3 families, and obviously it'd be kind of harder to look at the Chapins, but I don't think there was anything in the repository for them in Washington. Let me just grab the Odyssey, and then we'll save the best for last. And we're doing great on time, so we can probably get into some live digs. So let me look at Chapin's records. Remember, these are all public record, folks. All public record. And look at Stacy first. Kind of see what the background is. Nothing for Stacy, and I'm looking in the Odyssey portal in Washington. Let me see if there's anything for James. That's Ethan's dad. Hold on. What is his middle initial? Is it Lee? Dissolution of marriage? No, that can't be. What is his middle name? Let me just get it. James Chapin. E. 63. His middle initial is E. Hold on. So that is not him. It's James E. Chapin. Here we go. This is probably the probate court. Yep, estate of Ethan Chapin. J. Got a lot of attorneys. And case was resolved, uncontested resolution. Petitioner was Stacy. Administrator is James. Petitioner was James. Administrator Stacy and James. It says it's active. It's an active case. Wonder what's going on. Okay, so that is one. Eric, domestic violence. I don't think this is him, is it? No, that's Wanda. That's not him. James said it was E. That's got to be that other person. And that's the only thing for his family. Let me see if there's anything under Stacy. Probably just the probate. Unlawful detainer. What? Skagit. Jim. Heidi Leigh Heilbeck. Complaint. What is this? Defendant. Looks like they were trying to keep them away from the family. Conway, Washington passed away. What? Why would they need a protective order against... Wait a minute. This doesn't make sense. Heidi, of 55, of Marysville in Conway, Washington, passed away surrounded by her family. When was this? December 18, 27, in Bellingham, Washington. She survived by her children, who she adored, Max and Madeline. Max and Madeline, her mother, Karen, her brother, her sister-in-law, Tammy, nephew, John, niece, Annie, as well as beloved aunts and uncles and friends. How come I can't see this picture? Why won't it show me this picture? She was the president of the Honor Society, attended Everett Community College in the University of Washington School of Communications. She loved her work, talents, optimism, spontaneous spirit. She died at 55. What? Oh, the things we stumble upon. Let me see if I can refresh this. Because if I look here, here is a picture right here. I'll make it a little larger so you guys can see it. Why would they be involved in a protection order against this woman? Who is this person? Heidi Hellback, Senior Loan Officer, Chad Networking in Everett, Washington. What? Why would they need to get a restraining order on a loan officer? Does that make sense? Heidi Halbach. Let me look at her. What was her maiden name before? Heidi Hegsberg? Her brother Joel. Her mother Karen. Burlaff. Hold on, let me see who this is. Why would they need to have a... Well, that doesn't make sense. Something's up with this. Let me just set... Why would that be on the repository? And it says Washington. Skagit Valley Herald. Legacy. Conway, 63. Loan officer. And real estate sales. Real estate agent. She was a real estate agent and a loan officer. That's odd. Why would somebody need to get a restraining order against... And she had an attorney. Jim Chapin et UX versus Heidi. A love triangle? I don't know. Who had the protection order? Well, it looks like Jim is the one that took it out against Heidi. It says unlawful detainer, recompleted. Look at it says right here. Hold on a minute. It was titled different. Now it says unlawful detainer. Hold on a minute. Breach of contract. Maybe they rented out a place and they breached the contract. It's not a restraining order. It's an unlawful detainer. That was Stacy. And there was a tort claim filed. Obviously, that's the one against the Washington University. All right. That's the tort claim. Another unlawful detainer in 2012. Why does that keep popping up? Somebody else? Same name. Agreed to a settlement. Dismissed with prejudice. Something's wrong with that search. It says this was 9/5 of 12. And this one was filed in March. Oh, it's labeled different, HW. That's weird. And this one says estate. All right, so there's only 4. There's 2 unlawful detainers. There's not much on their family. They're not out doing reckless things and they're not getting in trouble. And then let me see if there's anything for Ethan. I doubt if Ethan was in trouble in Washington courts. Nope, nothing. Nothing there. Just his estate planning. All right. So we have 2 families now that we're a little skittish of. Let me see if Washington has anything for Steve. We'll get into Kaylee's family. I think we're good. All the other families we looked at. Remember, you have to have some type of proof, right? And let me do Stephen. I'll do a Steve. Hold on. Let me do an update. Doesn't want to work with me here. Try Steve. All right. There's one. That's the tort claim that was filed. That's under the G family. And let me look for Christie. I'm sure that'll pop up under the tort too. And this is in Washington, so nothing there. See if I spell it different. I hate when this pops up. Bridges, Bridges, Bridges. No, I'm not a freaking robot. Nothing under Christie. So let's go back to Idaho. We'll check the Idaho repository. And we'll check Steve. Oh, hats, hats, hats. Oh, I missed a hat. Dang it. All right, let's see if nothing pops up for Steve. Nope. How about Steven? Oh, wow. Stephen A. Jr. All right, let's see. Stephen A. Jr. in 25. That's got to be a different person. Foreign custody order. Personal service outside of Idaho. Stephen A. Goncalves Jr. Katrina M. Nelson. Child support. What? Wait a minute. What? Stipulation for child support. Katrina M. Nelson. Wait a minute. 2005. Stephen Anthony Gonsalves Jr. for personal service outside. Katina M. Nelson. Who is Katina? Is that Samantha's mom? Is that Samantha's mom? Katina Nelson? What does it say up here? Hold on, let me see. Does it say what state? Katina Nelson. It's got to be Sam's mom. It's got to be her mom. That's why it's in the repository. But it says junior. I didn't know he was a junior. Did you? Return of service, 2025. That would put her at about that age. Stipulation for child support. Final order degree entered, 2025. State of Idaho. Katina Marie Plaintiff Nelson. Decree from another state. Maybe Washington. Let me look in Washington. Katina Marie Nelson. Oh, found her. Katina Marie White Nelson. Her name is now White Nelson. Spokane. So she lives in Spokane now. Off of Federal Way. Nelson, public records. Oh, interesting. Whoa, that just opened up a whole can of worms, guys. Holy moly. Wow. Whew. I don't know if I ever want to get down this one. Yeah, probably not. Wow. Okay, let's just not go down that way. Whew. All right. How about we pull back just a few moments? Let's rethink this. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. So I know you probably are wondering, like, what the hell happened? I went down a rabbit hole, and it's not a hole you want to go down, that's for sure. Let's just say there's a lot of stuff going on that rabbit hole. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So he had his older daughter, Steve G's older daughter, Sam. This is the filing for the court ordered support in a petition to modify support outside of Idaho. And they list the parties in this case in the repository. And here's all the parties. State of Idaho Health and Welfare, other claims. And there you have that whole denial and then giving her a cease and desist. What is up with that? Why would he give his daughter a cease and desist? Does Sam know more than we've been told? So it says that this birthday is 1973. He had his license suspended in 2018. It was dismissed. Let's see what else is in here. A lot of infractions and a criminal in 18. What is this in it? Driving under the influence. What? Driving under the influence, adult. He was born in 73. This is Steve G. Set aside to dismiss $800 fee. Dismissed show order to cause. Why probation should not be revoked. Certificate of completion. Bond exonerated. So he was drinking and it was dismissed. He was on probation for what? Probation was dismissed. Driving under the influence was a misdemeanor. But why did it say probation violation on 2019? Was he on probation? But for what? Was he on probation in 2019? Huh. He must have been. And they cut him a deal. And now it's been removed. And in 24 he was speeding. Not a big deal. Let's see if anything pops up for Steve, because people's names, they get wrong all the time in here. And it doesn't look like Kaylee. We know she had an infraction. We know she got a infraction for underage drinking. Not a big deal. And her probate was done. And Christy. is it I? And she had an infraction in 24, following too closely. Oh, just like Koberger. Following too closely. Interesting. She pled guilty and paid $90 for the ticket. But why was Steve G on probation? Why would they say it was on probation? Let me take a look at something. And he went by Junior. So Junior goes by the 3rd. Let me look at probation. I don't see anything. I have to go to the Wayback Machine. Hold on. Now, Steve Jr. has an IMDb. Interesting. And I don't see, they're calling Junior, but not, they both have the same exact names. Steve A. Gonzalez, 52, and Steve A. Gonzalez, his son. They have the same exact names. What in the world? They don't specify junior, the second, senior. That is weird. Kellogg, Idaho. Coeur d'Alene. American Canyon. All this is clearly public, folks. All of this is public. We're just taking a look at all the families in the Idaho 4. All right, so this is what we've learned so far. Clearly. Let me look at my notes real quick. So we've got Maddie's questionable background on her parents. We have not so much KG's family. I mean, probation. What was he on probation for? I didn't see any charges. So that seems to have disappeared. Maddie's dad and stepmom, definitely sus. Xana, sus, her mom's history. And that's about it. Ethan, no. Chapin, the Chapins, no. Nothing on file. And let me just check the federal registers too. Hold on. I'll just do a search by last name family. I don't see anything for Chapins. The hell is this? Brazil, Goncalves versus Bondi. Oh, let's see what this is. It's a summary in regards to immigration appeals. I doubt if that's going to be involved in this case. Bondi court records. Don't see anything for there. Don't see anything for that. Nope. Let me look and see. I didn't see anything from Mogan. There's no federal cases. And I don't see anything for Kernodle. or Worthington. So there's no federal cases for any of these families that I've seen except for the Washington WSU case. All right. So we don't go by rumors here. We go by facts. And this is the facts that we found today so far. Oh, my power supply. Okay. So Mogen's parents and Xana's family. Those are the only two that have some type of suspicious background. Mortensen, no. Bethany, didn't see anything. Chapin, no. Goncalves, no. No drugs in any four of those. The only one is Mogen and Xana. Maddie Mogen and Xana. Would you all agree that maybe this is not a drug-related case? Drop a 1 if you think it is. Drop a 1 if you think it might be. Here's why it's important. Anybody? Ferris Bueller. Anybody? Anybody? Two. I got a 2 in here. It's kind of slow today, guys. All right. Let's do this. Is there any relation? Okay, so mom was in jail at the time this happened. Mom was in jail. She didn't rat or snitch out on anyone. She was in jail. That's Xana's mom. Maddie's family probably had nothing to do with this. I mean, if they had something to do with it, we'd hear about it, right? Clearly. So I'm going to say this probably had nothing to do with the drug hit. I know all these rumors about Jesse James Bailey and the AK and all these other people. You know, I mean, people can speculate all day long, but there is no proof at this point. There is no proof, guys, that there was anything involved in regards to, someone said they made up the story about flushing drugs. That person died. He's long gone. He admitted before he passed away that it was made up. So let's put that one to rest. Tommy Jude basically said that that was something made up. Okay. But when I start looking at the forensic evidence that we actually started looking at the other day, look at all the evidence that was not tested. Look at all the evidence that was not tested. The Keystone light beers from the stairs, the vanity. They took the lifts, but they never said that they were ready to process, right? And the experts looked over all of this evidence and they just gloss over it. Why did they just gloss over it? Why did all of a sudden Brian Koberger's name came out on the 19th? Because they just glossed over all this evidence they had inside that house? Why would they do that? Why would Olivia call him a pedo in the night? I have no idea. I have no idea. But I did do a short TikTok video and a YouTube video, and we're going to look at one of those and let's talk about it because someone needs to start talking about it. Oh, don't get me started on the Lindsay Clancy case. I've already caught so many errors in that case, it's not funny. How did she get injuries on her knuckles? All right. Yeah, who was she talking to? So I want you to listen to this. There's evidence that we've talked about, that should be talked about, that people should be starting to talk about. And let's listen to it. I had to take the mute off. Well, I'm going to share that with you. When did Steve G say that? Well, I'm going to share that with you. On this interview, he said this a couple of times. Let's listen to it. And then I'm going to show you the evidence and the proof in the documentation that was waiting for trial that never happened, in the expert that shows us an example. And of course, they do redact it from the actual publicly released information. So stay tuned for that.
Gagging girls. Was there something that happened at the crime scene involving gagging that you heard?
Yeah. That's what we've heard. That's why we want to get all these facts straight. So we don't want to have a statement that is inaccurate. But when you have a prosecution that just is okay with covering everything up and not telling you what's going on, it's hard to be accurate. And they've criticized us for not being accurate on certain things. And it's because we're not getting the facts. Parents shouldn't have to beg to know what happened to their kid the last 24 hours of their life. We figured out everything that we could. You know, we got the rug truck video before they did. We got the white car. We got the 112 surveillance even before they got it. We were the ones that tell them to go to these cameras and pull them off. I'm sure they already were going to do that anyway, but we got it before they did. So they were just concerned that they weren't in control and we knew too much stuff. And
did someone with the investigation describe that Kaylee or Maddie was gagged during this horrible crime?
Who told you that?
I was told that by somebody in I can give that out. That was Mabbitt. That was Mabbitt who gave that information.
Mabbitt?
What did she say?
There was some damage to her. There was some damage around her mouth, right here, like somebody had pressed in and tried to keep her quiet.
What?
You know, she'd been hit multiple times in her head, and her skull was damaged.
A second weapon?
So, all right.
So at the scene of the crime, Officer Ryan hands his phone to these two detectives to take a look at the pictures he's taken inside the rooms. And I want you to listen to what these guys say.
I don't want to get too deep into the rooms.
It's a freaking camera. No, that's a pipe. Was a pipe a second weapon that was used? Steve G did say there may be another weapon. I don't know, folks. He hands his camera back and goes on his way. That there's more. Hold on. He is scanning everybody in that neighborhood. All those houses. They get done looking at the pictures. Some things are redacted. So what is it, a camera or was it a pipe? And then they're done. Those are the exhibits that are on Justice for All. They give samples of all of this, even somebody in a car. I don't know why they would show that example. Whoops, sorry. I hate that. So you can go and watch that. We're going to do a quick break, come back in 3 minutes when the music stops, and we're going to get into a video that I need your eagle eyes. Be ready.
Feel the pulse, a quiet hum, a steady rhythm like a distant drum. In the darkness waiting for the sun, a brand new day is yet to come. They build the walls to keep us down, whisper lies all over town, but every seed that hits the ground will break the silence with its sound. I hold this truth inside my hand, and on this solid rock I'll stand. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Got a new horizon in my soul. Yeah, I got faith, it's multiplying, and it's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Let them talk their empty words. My spirit flies on with the birds. Their tangled webs are so absurd. My simple truth will be heard. No, I won't bow, I won't break down. I'm here to claim my righteous crown. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Justice rising. Got a new horizon in my soul. Yeah, I got faith, it's multiplying. It's multiplying. It's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Justice rising. Calling my name. Feel the vibration. Feel it deep inside. A new creation. Yeah, yeah.
All right, welcome back into this 6-hour stream. We are getting down to the wire because I believe more truth is going to pour out. More truth is going to pour out than ever before in this case. So thanks for joining. Hit the thumbs up button. I'm going to do a drawing today. I'm going to do a giveaway for being here. So all you have to do is be present, right? And one thing for certain is no matter how many documents we read, it never points to Brian Kohberger, ever. Except for that one little teeny weeny, perhaps transfer touch DNA that was so debated in court, so debated in hearings, tried to understand how they came to that conclusion, fired Othram, gave it to another lab. It had to be Brian Kohberger's. And, you know, nothing is adding up to this crime happening in under 7 minutes, like the prosecution has said. How did we get to that 7 minutes? Well, there is a video that I made in regards to when they first released all the text messages between the roommates. And in that time frame that they shared, it was calculated that this was probably done under 7 minutes. And I don't know if anybody really caught that. But when I put that together, I was like, no way. Someone who is 6'4"-ish, clumsy, visual snow, problems with coordination, perhaps not a ninja, right? And then we got into the car that definitely couldn't be Kohberger's car. Now, drop a 1 if you agree that there is no way that this could have been Kohberger's vehicle. Drop a 1 if you agree that this could not be Kohberger's vehicle. We're going to go walk back in time and we're going to take a look. Yes, we are. We're going to take a look at perhaps some footage. If perhaps the killer's car had been at 1122 before. Just the car. We're going to go on a lengthy detour. But let me get the video first. I wonder if I sent it to myself. Hold on. This one is wild. Let me look at my drafts because sometimes I do a draft and yep, here they are. All right. We're going to take a look at 4 different calls. We're going to pick something out of it. And I want you to observe kind of what I saw the other night. Does anybody think that the killer's car could have been at 1122 before? Drop yes, Y-E-S. If you think the killer's car had been at 1122 before. This is all speculation. We're going to watch a few videos and then we're going to try to take a look and see if this car had been there before. And if you spot it, let me know when you see it. Okay? There is a set of disturbance calls. You probably have seen these before. And let me lower this so it's not too loud for the stream. And we are going to use our amazing I Spy. You are going to love this one for this video. Let me just pull this up. And this is 14. This is a disturbance call the night that Xana was home. Let's watch this. Keep an eye out on these cars. Annette, you are amazing. Thank you so much. It is Mod Monday, and that goes directly to our mods. Boy, they're going to probably have the best month of August. First, Lulu Bell blesses us greatly. And then you, Annette, you are amazing. All right, here we go. Let's see if this adds. All right.
Moscow PD. Hey, turn the music down. Turn the music down.
I turned the music down for him. I don't want to get hit with copyright. So, and if there is background music like that, we might. So I'd just rather be safe than sorry. We'll go back over to it because it ends there. Now, of course, this is nighttime. You can't see very many cars, obviously.
Hello. What's your name?
Now, they come upon some cars to pay attention.
Hello.
There's a car. I don't know what color it is.
Miss,
it's like a white and a blue.
Xana.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes.
Okay, did Megan talk to you earlier?
No.
Okay, does Megan live here?
Megan, I do not have a Megan that lives
Megan Mogan?
Okay, so this must be Kaylee's old Subaru right out here in front. Is it a blue greenish color?
Maddie Mogan, yes.
Madison Mogan, yeah. Madison Mogan? Okay, she does live here?
Sorry, she is at the club. She's 21. I'm just going to bed. I have a couple of friends over.
Going to bed with that loud music.
But this is my ID.
Have you talked to Maddie tonight?
Yes, I have.
Oh.
She's at the corner club.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about anything that happened earlier or anything like that?
Honestly, not really. I've just been here the past hour.
Okay.
Just trying to go to bed.
Can I grab your ID for me?
Yeah, I'm not 21.
Okay.
My roommates are 21. I just came to go to bed.
We're not here to talk about the alcohol stuff, okay?
Okay, yeah.
But this is the second noise complaint we've had here tonight within 2 hours.
I'm sorry
Okay.
about that.
So this time it was the blonde gal and the guy on the back porch playing music. Okay. So
I sincerely apologize about
okay.
that. I'm just going to bed.
Okay. So just so you understand.
Okay, so you do understand that at this call that was done in September, Brett Payne was on patrol. Okay, remember that. We're going to go through a little bit. You can't really see any cars. There is a Toyota perhaps, or is that a Subaru right here? The Chevy, there's a white car here. It might be Madison's. I'm not sure. But you can kind of see the cars that are around the area, right? Makes sense. I don't see Ethan's Jeep. That was the first call we were going to review. Here's the second one. And when you start looking, this is a little bit of daytime, right? This is when they are walking through the neighborhood before they walk over to the 1122 King Road. And they're walking up the street, right? And I started looking at all of the cars. And this is over on Long Crime Network. Shout out to them. And Rosendahl and this other officer, I don't know who it is. I won't even say. They're walking up to the house. And I'm going to slow this down just a little bit for you, because I want you to look around. I'm going to put it on mute because it'll make that noise. I want you to look around at the cars that are parked around here. You see a white Mercedes-Benz, right? You see some other gray cars. You see some VWs, perhaps. Is that a Chevy something? What is that? I can't even tell. Yeah, a Z71. You can see some other cars in here, right? You can see cars parked up on the hill, what they are. They look like a little Trailblazer maybe, or a RAV perhaps. You see another RAV here. Rosendahl's in the way. You see Ethan's Jeep. You see a blue little car, a greenish car. I see a Jeep, but lo and behold, I'm going to slow this down just a tiny bit. Look at this car all the way to the right. So look at how they're using this parking lot as a parking lot. Look how these cars are parked around here. Someone's looking out the window. Is that Hunter Johnson? Is Hunter our lookout guy? Yeah, Avalanche, a Chevy Avalanche. And look at this white car to the right, all the way to the right. Look at that white sedan. Whose car was that? Whose Jeep is this? The white Jeep. It's a newer white Jeep. And you can see that the person that was in the window left the window. There's no screen on that window either. But whose car is this car with the blacked out windows? It looks like some type of white sedan, doesn't it? Have we seen this car before? Have we seen this car before? Is that Maddie's car? Is that the Chevy Cruze? Let's go. Let me do a side by side. Let me look at 1122 King. Let me just take a peek at this. I don't think that is. I'm just curious. Hold on. A Chevy Cruze. It might be. It looks like kind of like the shape of it. Might be. Yeah, it definitely might be Maddie's car they park there. So here's a, let me put this in here and then you guys can see this. kind of does look like this. I'm going to put this in here so you guys can see it. That would help. Doesn't that look like maybe it is perhaps her car? I mean, let me see if I can make it bigger. Yeah, it looks like that could be her car parked over there. 5 cars, including Ethan's Jeep. Yeah, 6. That white Jeep has same dealership plates on it as what dealership? Let me just take a look. Let's go back to that video. Let's go right back to this video. Same dealer plates. That could be Maddie's vehicle off to the right over here. Because I don't see any other white vehicle. On the hill parked, it looks like there's a little RAV. This other car. Saeed is walking away, I believe. They tell him to stop, come back. Someone with a backpack upstairs looking out the window. Look at that. Look at that guy in the window with the backpack on. There was definitely some type of party going on. Wow. Bring your backpack, guys. Who is that in the window? Who is that? Steps away like Homer Simpson. Everybody's got a backpack on. Look at that. Saeed has a backpack. This guy, backpack. They all have backpacks on. I don't think they're studying on a Saturday night at 5:30 with loud music. Dude, you can see him in the window. Who is that with this backpack on? Like, hey, dude, come over here. See what you got. Saying he lost something. Sorry, I can always call you later and ask. Okay, so is
Here. Their business line. Sweet, thank you. You bet.
this is not the one where they empty the beer. So there's a Jeep. Somebody says that Jeep looks like it has a Price Auto. Let me see. Hold on a minute. I think I went too far. I don't know if I can zoom in that close because these pictures are not the best. Let me see if I can get a close-up shot of this. Nah, that's not going to work. Shoot. Does that look like a Price Auto?
Hey guys, can you send someone out who lives here, please?
I might have to.
I'm looking for one with Xander Dash. Nope. Sorry, you can always call us later and ask in case it gets turned in. Here. It's our business line. Sweet, thank you. You bet.
I am going to try to get this a different angle. Hold on.
No one's coming to the door.
And this one is labeled, in case anybody else wants to go look, it's called Cops Visit Idaho Murder House. Lawn crime. Cops visit Idaho murder house. Yeah, I just got your screenshot, just so you know. Now, let's watch this.
Yeah, I took one look at that speaker. I said,
It could be long hair. My screen quality is not that great. You think that was Hunter Johnson in the window? Well, what's weird is Hunter Johnson comes to this back door.
the way I've always done it, and correct me if I'm wrong, was the way I did it there. Find one responsible, have everyone else hold them accountable. If I got to come back here, they're getting the ticket. Because then it's on them to nip everyone else in the bud.
Yeah, and if they don't come out, we just contact landlords.
So is that a Price Auto?
Or we come back the next day or the next time you work.
Yeah.
And just note that lack of cooperation does not go a long ways with us.
Yeah.
I can't tell. Did someone buy a Jeep? How odd would that be if two cars...
Interesting.
Who bought that car? Or was it used to move stuff? That's the first thing that goes to my head. Backpacks moving stuff around, cars moving stuff around. What the hell?
You go to school? Yeah. Okay. What year? Senior. Okay. So I'll tell you the same thing.
Okay, we got to stop this one because you guys have got some bomb comments. Yeah, the zip ties, right? Somebody said that they were zip tied, bound. Now, could one of those be Bethany's? Bethany's Jeep? I don't know. Bethany's... that's a good question. Saeed has really bushy eyebrows too. Yeah, some of these people do. Price Auto on that Jeep. How odd would it be? This doesn't make sense. Same place that Kaylee got her car from, but it only looked at Idaho. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Washington is not that far away from there. I'm trying to see if anybody can get a close enough, really good close-up on that Jeep. That's interesting. I can't get a clear enough picture. Maybe somebody else's body cam got a better picture. Where's Rosendal's body cam? This is the other guy's body cam, guys. Where's his body cams? He's walking up.
Queen Road.
He's before this guy. This guy's hoofing it behind him. He's got the clearest shot. Where's his body cam? He's walking right up there. Right to the back.
Hey guys, can you send...
Peeks his head out the window. HJ goes to the back door. Is that a Price Auto? Let me see if I can zoom in. Let me ask Grok. I'm going to find out what this says. All right, Grok, we need you. Can you zoom into this Jeep and see what the back plate says? See what it gives me. I don't know if it's Price Auto. Who would be who would have bought a Jeep? So the the car all the way to the left. Wasn't that Bethany's all the way to the left? And then you have Ethan's. Whose Hyundai? Oh, that Subaru had to have been Kaylee's. Whose Honda is that? Blue, is that's got Arizona plates on it? And then the Jeep, it says the license plate is not readable. Maybe enhance the image for me, please. See what happens. I don't think that's the same. Although if somebody's on their phone, they can probably zoom in and get a better picture. Typically works. Let's see if I can zoom in from my phone. It says unable after upscaling. It still can't read it. Enhanced rear end of the Jeep. Look at this picture. This is sick. This is awful. You think with technology today we could see so much easier, something a little clearer. And these body cams, they spent all this money and the resolution is that horrible. I mean, this is the picture that I'm showing you guys. That's all I got. Oh, looks like he's checking on the delivery. What? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's Xana's blue. Yeah, I don't know whose Jeep that is. But I mean, I wondered, it doesn't have a regular plate on it. It looks like somebody just bought it. That's one of the things that caught my eye is, have we seen this car in the neighborhood before? That's all I can see too. Yeah, I can't see any better than this. But does it look like the price? Possible. That's possible. All right, let's see. I wonder how often. Holy shit. Holy shit. Y'all guys, I can't make this up. Every time you guys say something, I look at something a different way. And I don't know about you, but when I lived overseas and was in the military, we would get mail call once a week. And it would usually be on a Friday. So it would take a long time for our mail to get there. It could be a week or two, sometimes 3 weeks that we would get mail. Okay? And we would all hang out. We would all run down to the post office. This is when I was on Diego Garcia, a little island in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and somewhere we could never get gummy bears. And my mom would send me like a 10-pound bag of gummy bears, like every other month. It was like clockwork because we couldn't get them out there in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Okay? And could you imagine think about this, if it was delivery time? Just take a mental break of this picture. If it was delivery time and everybody needed to come over with their backpacks. I'm just saying, hypothetically, in my opinion, if this was a full-blown operation and we need all our little good people to show up with their backpacks, and the car comes in that is from, I don't know, Washington perhaps, per se, Price Auto, and got the goods, and everybody comes over and everybody does what they need to do and they got their backpacks walking around. Wouldn't that be something? Like it's right in front of our faces. Think about it. It's just a college party town.
looking for one with Xander Dash. Nope. Sorry, you can always call us later and ask in case it gets turned in. Here, it's our business line. Sweet, thank you. You bet.
Now, it looked like he opened his mouth and said something, but they cut it out.
Line. Sweet, thank you. You bet.
Oh my gosh. Manipulation is so real, folks. All right. So there are those cars. I don't think I saw any other cars. Let's wait till he looks around. Maybe we can get a shot of that Jeep. Is there anything on the front? Where is his body cam? There's that car again over here. I wonder if that's Maddie's. Let me make this go slower. That's got to be Maddie's Chevy. Can't see the front of that Jeep. And why did they cut it out? They cut it out and it goes back over there. They cut it right there. Why is that? They go all the way over there.
That's a good point.
And then they go back over here. Why did they cut it that way? Let me see if there's any more of him leaving. They must have showed only partial, and then this was the rest. Why is he going in the backyard? There's got to be a reason why they cut it out. I wonder who has the unedited versions. Let me see if Connor has them on his. Somebody has to have an unedited version. I don't think they do, but let me just see. Nope. None of the disturbance calls are on Connor's. Nothing. I wonder if this car, he has zip, yeah, they have zip ties. Table in the front of the window. Yeah, that was out in the front yard. And look at this Mercedes, this white Mercedes right here. I wonder whose car that was. Let's see if I can get a closer in on this Jeep on the front. Does it have a little tag on the front? What does it say? Holy moly. Does that say price? What does that say? Let's see. Let's see if I can grab a good green screenshot. If that's the case, then both of those cars were from the same dealership. What? It has no front plate, but it says PRICE. Is that what it says? How could those two cars be from the same dealership? This car, this Jeep, and the one that Kaylee bought. What? What? Let me get the one from the crime scene photos. Let me get the dealership plate, the one that they use when you buy a car. And wasn't it odd it was never moved over to her name? And then the G's by it? What? Something isn't adding up. Let me look at these crime scene photos once again. I'm going to see if this plate matches that other plate. Hold on. Something isn't right, folks. How could that be? Was it the dealership involved in all this? Is that possible? I got my little radar up. Hold on. I'm going to go to the crime scene photos. We're going to look at the vehicles real quick. I'm going to see if this matches the one on Kaylee's plate. Oh, God. No. I've got a little bit about the auto. Who owns the autos? That it wasn't moved out of their name yet. The dealership didn't even move it out of their name, which I find strange. Okay, so I can't see the front of this one. There is no front plate on this. No front plate on her Range Rover. Okay, there's none. But the back says one price, pre-owned vehicles. Let me look and see if I can do a Google search and see if I can find this plate anywhere that looks like this. That's what I'm starting to think. It's a possibility. Anything's possible. Yet, I understand you've got 30 days to register a car. All right? Now, Kaylee was said to be leaving Sunday morning. That means she would be leaving to go to wherever. And yes, she still had 30 days to register it. However, if she was going to Austin, probably in the next who knows how long, she would probably register before. I would have registered the day of. That's just me. Let me see if I can find this plate anywhere in Washington. Or let me see what one price looks like in Washington. One price auto. Let me look. One price auto front. Washington. Let's see what it would look like in Washington. Plate holder. One price auto. Washington. Let me go to their website. That's interesting. Isn't it Auto Nation? One price Auto Nation. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so this is what it looks like. One price Auto Nation. Let me look at used cars. And let me see what they have on the front. If it looks like the one on the Jeep. Let's see. Let's go look at their cars. See what they have. Let's just play for shits and giggles. Let's find Jeeps. Oh, they don't have any on. Did they not stock them so you can take a look. Shop. What in the world? How come it doesn't let you see it? Yeah, I'm going to look at Kaylee's car in a minute. I'm trying to see what they have on the front of their cars, like the little tag. One Price, Auto Nation, Spokane, Acura. I don't see. I think it just drops you into their search. It's not like they have stuff on the lot. Yeah, sometimes they'll do it right at registering, and then you'll get it in the mail in a few days. I'm just going to look at something. I want to see if there are any One Price, Auto Nation. Does anybody see their tag? I mean, look at this. Washington. Trying to find their tag on the front of their car. This site is not secure. What? More on this site. One Price Auto Sales, Washington. Does anybody kind of like how a trap house works? Yeah, kind of. Everybody, it's payday. Come on. Let me look at this. If anybody found one, there's a Chevrolet in Washington. What was this? What does that say? I don't know if that's price. I don't know if it's a different test driver doesn't get stopped. Absolutely not. I don't know if that's the actual. Gosh, this is horrible. I'm trying to find something with that logo on it. We can't see the back very clearly in this video. Let me see if I can get a better shot. Maybe we'll get lucky. If I go a little slower, let me look at the back when Rosendahl walks up. I don't know if it's price or not, but it would say One Price like Kaylee's in. Oh, gosh. Like this. One Price, right? This is the One Price pre-owned vehicles, but it doesn't look like this is the same thing. I don't know. It looks like a one. Could be. I mean, does it look the same? What if a T of more than one thing? Back is clear as day on Rosie's body cam. Well, we don't have Rosie's body cam. We don't have Rosie's body cam. This is the only body cam that's loaded. And everybody's got backpacks on waiting. Saeed's got a backpack. Whoever this is up in the window's got a backpack. I'm just curious, what Jeep? Whose Jeep is this? Why does it have tags on it, like almost like Kaylee's? One Price. And they even went out and visited the dealer. They went out and visited the dealer. Let me grab that ISP document. This is interesting. ISP docs. Let me see what this is. Okay, let me pull this up. Washington. Would they put a tracker on it? No. Okay, here's the document that talks about the Range Rover. All right. I spoke with the Uber driver. She spoke with who told her he was pretty sure he'd taken Mogan. No. Stalker, no. Her bedroom, no. Okay, so she had just booked tickets with her to go to Europe approximately 3 weeks prior to the homicide. Why would they go to Europe? I mean, she did travel a lot of places, right? Holy moly. She had booked tickets with Gungal. That was Quisnell, Jordan Quisnell. Anyone see the lower left looks like a dealer sticker under the model name? Let me see. Under the model name? Let's see. Is there a dealer sticker there? Y'all, Rosendahl came from Bellevue, Washington Police Department, right over into the Moscow Police Department, right in this area. How coincidental is that? There's no coincidence. Oh my God, what are we finally getting to? What? He just walks over there out of the blue. It's not even breaking hours of silence time, quiet time. There's no disturbing the peace. Everybody's having a nice afternoon partying and doing whatever. And he just happens to drop by. Cops are coming. Everybody's got their backpacks. Rosie's the new guy on campus. And eventually those keys come with 4 to 6 spare keys. These circles uses the same everything, such as car lots, banks, even grocery stores. Jeez. Holy moly. Wow. They were interrupting the stream into Idaho. Look at this. So when we go back to this document, it pretty much says she had sold a white Subaru sedan. I don't remember seeing a white Subaru sedan in any of these pictures. Kaylee is here, guys. I don't see a white Subaru sedan. Do you? She sold a car. She sold the Subaru to a man using Facebook Marketplace. I don't see a Subaru. She still had her car. Do you guys see a Subaru, a white Subaru, anywhere parked in this lot? She's in the backyard. Where's her car? That's not a Subaru. That's a Chevy right here to the right. That's a Jeep. This is in August. She had to have had her car. Oh, I'm looking at something you guys aren't. Hold on. There's no white Subaru in this body cam. So we see Kaylee in the back. How did Kaylee get there? And did that guy just get out of the car? Hold on a minute. Did Saeed just get out of that car? Where did he come from? Seems like he was running over to the door. Now he's leaving. Oh, some other guy's there. I never caught that guy before. There's 2 guys out there. Who's that other guy out there? He's hiding behind Ethan's Jeep. Where did he go? Like he just vanished. What's parked facing? I think that's Maddie's vehicle. Maybe she was driving the white Jeep? Why would she be driving a car with dealer plates on it? Yeah, they are dealer plates. Brand new dealer plates. Why would she be driving a car with dealer plates? I mean, does she always drive around with dealer plates? She comes out the back, so we know that she's there. What is she driving? I mean, if we use process of elimination, everyone else is there. Kaylee's there. She must be driving the white Jeep. A test drive. A test drive into Washington on a Saturday. Oh, this is wild. We can go down a deep rabbit hole. See, Kaylee's there.
He's having a party. Once neighbors start calling in, might have an issue.
Fair.
You go to school?
Yeah.
What year?
Senior.
Senior. Okay. So I'll tell you the same thing I told them. You probably know the drill, right?
Actually, no.
Oh, okay. So usually, at least for me, I'll give you a verbal.
Okay.
Once I have neighbors calling in.
How could she not know the drill? How could she not know that if neighbors start, I mean, did she live somewhere else? She did live somewhere else before living in this house. How could she not know the local drill?
Yeah. Nothing against having parties, nothing against having people over age to drink. But again, once we start disturbing the neighbors, then we've got an issue.
Yeah.
Always ticket is up to 300.
Yeah, somewhere around 300, 400 bucks.
Pretty expensive ticket. I don't want to give that to you. That being said, this is your place, so I'm going to hold you responsible.
And they get it more expensive the later it gets.
Yeah.
We already warned them too, so.
And if I do have to come back here, 300.
Where's Emily Allant? Where's his girlfriend? Is she working?
$7 tickets.
Okay.
And only gets more expensive.
Yeah, that's right.
And why is he zip tied to Kaylee?
Come back here, 300.
Why is he out there listening if he doesn't live there? Why would he be involved? What?
Okay.
And only gets more expensive. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, what's your phone number for you? Is this 1122 here?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd much rather you spend that $300 on beer or something fun.
Yeah,
Always
yeah.
sticker, right?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. That being said, warnings. Don't do it.
I think that this audio has been dubbed over because that's not what they're saying. Their mouth or everything's not aligned.
Again,
Yep.
I'd hate to come back in a few hours and then have the issue. So,
Yeah.
any questions for me?
No.
All right. Have a great rest of your day.
Take care.
What in the world? Okay, so they end it right here. It just cuts off. I'd like to see the rest of that body cam. And I'd like to know if we could match that car up with the same auto dealership or a different one. I mean, why would you need to have so many alternative vehicles. It says Gonzalez had recently sold the white Subaru sedan for approximately $6,300 to a man using Facebook Marketplace. Then she had purchased the Range Rover the previous day. She was making good money, but a Range Rover seemed expensive. Who is he writing this? She had booked tickets. Who is interviewing? Her father blank was present during the interview. Who is this? They were in Meridian. Somebody's giving their account. A 21-year-old witness. 21-year-old witness, and her father was there also for the interview. Was this Ashlyn Couch? She lived in Idaho during the incident. Her backyard abutted. No, this is the girl at 1112. She knew Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana. She didn't know Ethan. She was the closest with Maddie and Kaylee. She was in the sorority with Kaylee. She was out of town most of the week, but decided to come back near the end of the week to go to the Pi Formal on Friday the 11th with one of her roommates. Friday night, Kaylee had asked her to go to the club, which she didn't. She did go on Saturday to the game at 2 to 2:30 at the Big White Apartments. She left for the game. Maddie and Mogan stayed at the party, so they didn't go to the game. Then she contacted them Saturday night. Now, she's giving her own account that she thought that, but a Range Rover just seemed expensive. Kaylee was recently offering to buy drinks to friends quite often. She planned to move to Texas and had a temporary male roommate. Jordan is a female. Kaylee had an ex-boyfriend who is blank neighbor. Here's something I want to ask you guys. Is it parked in the back? Oh, I don't know. What's hanging from her dress? Footprints. He distanced himself. Absolutely. I can't remember the same technology, but maybe in this case. They were unable to uncover manipulated video footage. Well, here's the deal. I would like to know if this is the same dealership and if this was the car that Kaylee was driving. That's the first thing I'd like to know, right? Because if there's any connection between a dealership and these college kids, that would be of interest, right? That would definitely be of interest. And it says the vehicles were blue-colored Honda Civic, and this is the exact wording ISP wrote down. The vehicles were a blue Honda Civic, Arizona registration, a silver-colored Range Rover, Washington trip permit. Washington trip permit. Wait a minute. You know I'm going down this one. Washington trip permit is a temporary authorization used by Washington State Department of Licensing. It allows you to legally operate a vehicle, usually 3 days. 3 consecutive days. Why did she have a permit and not a license? Oh my God. Did we stumble on? What did we just stumble on, guys? This was just a 3-day permit. That's what it says. A 3-day, well, I mean, the rules say it's only 3 consecutive days. This is exactly word for word, and I will get it right off the Washington website. But here is exactly what I have Googled and what it has told me. Holy moly. It was a 3-day permit. Somebody's not telling the truth. Oh my gosh. Yes, they did. JD said it was a loaner. A loaner for what? A loaner for what? And lo and behold, we have backpacks all over the crime scene. A Washington trip permit is a temporary authorization issued by the Department of Washington Licensing. It allows you to legally operate a vehicle on public highways in Washington for a limited time, usually 3 consecutive days. Yeah. Yeah. And then a Chevy Cruze with Idaho registration, a red Wrangler with Washington registration, and a black colored Ford Explorer with Washington registration. The only car that didn't have registration, but it had a Washington trip permit, was the Range Rover. Yeah, okay. Because the one she purchased had something they needed to fix. That's not what the document said, though. We'll go over that one next. We'll go over that one. So this is the document. Oh, this is the document. Range Rover purchase. They said, let me see if I can move this over a little bit. Gary Tolson and Gideon Roberts were sent to investigate the purchase of the Rover in Spokane, Washington. Following sent me an email, Kaylee Gonzalez purchased a silver Range Rover from blank on 1/10/22, according to her father. According to her father. So probably shouldn't have drove it in Idaho. Maybe. I don't know. It wasn't licensed to be driven in Idaho. Detective Roberts sent me an email with the following. Kaylee purchased a silver Range Rover from blank on blank, according to her father. We'd like to have the salesman unknown interviewed for the details of the sale, cash, or loan. For 3 calendar days. That means she'd have to go back and register it, right? Okay, so then it says, I telephoned Washington State Patrol in Spokane and asked for law enforcement contact with Washington State Department Motor Vehicles. I was given several telephone numbers. I made telephone contact with blank, who is a blank. She assisted me with registering into the DMV portal and then helped me add my request for a title history of the Range Rover. Why would they need the title history? I received the Range Rover title history, which showed the vehicle being owned by a blank who lived in Spokane. The lien holder on the vehicle showed blank of Spokane. So there was a lien on this vehicle. The previous owner to blank showed us blank and blank of Graham, Washington. A release of interest was signed by blank on 2020-22 to Washington Valley, Washington. On December 8th, I sent an email to blank asking him for help on the Range Rover for Kaylee's purchase in Spokane. it was apparent that there was either a mistake. What? How did we not catch this before? On December 8th, 2022, I sent an email to Blank asking him for help on the Range Rover Kaylee purchased in Spokane. It was apparent that there was either a mistake in who owned the vehicle or there was a delay while the vehicle was being transferred from the auto dealer to Kaylee. What? On December 12th, I received an email for Blank. The Range Rover now showed purchased on the 12th. So he lets them know on the 8th there's got to be a mistake. And then on the 12th, he goes back in and looks in the system. And now it shows it was purchased by Kaylee on the 10th. So it took almost 30 days later. From Spokane Valley at Blank is listed on the sales documents representing Blank of Spokane Valley. I telephoned Blank and confirmed the purchase of the vehicle. Copies of the Washington and Idaho DMV and title paperwork placed into evidence. So they have the Idaho DMV and title paperwork placed into evidence. This car was questionable, folks, would you say? Drop a 1 if you agree that there's something questionable going on with this car. On Thursday, I drove there. I spoke with the salesman who sold the Range Rover to Kaylee. He told me that Kaylee came into the dealership twice to look at the Range Rover. The first time she showed up with her 2 grandmothers. The second time she came with her mother, and her grandmother told me she saw no drama or conflicts between Kaylee and her mother or grandmothers during the sale. Kaylee bought the Range Rover for $24,423. She put $6,500 in cash down. When did she sell her car? When did she sell her car? Hold on a minute. Ah, shoot, I hit the wrong button. Did I close that? Please don't say I closed it. Okay. When did she sell? She sold it $6,300 to a man on Marketplace 3 weeks prior to the homicide. When did she sell the white Subaru? It doesn't even say when she sold the white Subaru. 3 weeks before? Doesn't say exactly when she sold her Subaru on Facebook. But on the 10th, says she purchased the vehicle. Hold on a second. How could that be? I just noticed another problem here. If she purchased the vehicle, when was the interview, or when did that video come out? This one was on the 9th. So this was on the 9th A black SUV was outside of here. So this was on the 9th. It was the day after she went. Hold on a second. Let me put this in my notes in my spreadsheet. So she said she put $6,500 down cash and $1,000 on a credit card. And then it was placed into the Moscow Police Department evidence. A copy of the blank advertisement. Sometime after Kaylee purchased the Range Rover, so she purchased it on the 10th. So she only had literally 2 days. After she purchased, the check engine light came on. She called and texted Blank to complain about this. He told her that they would come and get the car from her if the light did not go off. Blank explained to me that the light could come on for any reason, but they were unable to figure this out. He forwarded me copies of the text messages between he and Kaylee about the car problem. The text messages are also placed in evidence by me. After the murders, Blank contacted and wanted to return the Rover. Later, she contacted them and said that her husband didn't want to return the vehicle. I spoke with a finance manager who confirmed the price, and he confirmed that Kaylee put $6,500 in cash and put her credit card and application in. She had been working for them for 5 months at that time. According to Blank, Kaylee was a first-time buyer, so her credit was good. She received the car loan without having to have a co-signer. When she contacted them about returning the car, the dealership put $1,000 back to the credit card. When they found out the family was keeping car, they turned $1,000 back out. I saw nothing unusual during the sale. He told me how he did try to sell Kaylee an extended warranty, but she declined. Said the vehicle has a 3-month warranty by after sale, and now is waiting for the Range Rover to be returned to the family. It can be brought into the dealership to work on the check engine light problem. Case continues. Case continues is the key word here. Case continues. 28-year-old witness. Who was the 28-year-old witness? This was another witness in Washington. Something about this car. Yeah, extended warranty on a used car. No way. Check engine light. Is it a code? Check engine light. I don't know. Is it slang? I don't know. Kids these days. Who knows? Okay, so something doesn't sit right with me about this vehicle purchase. Not after we watch this. The cops visit 1122. And this car is in the driveway. It's potentially the same. Hold on a minute. Let me see if there's anything. I'm curious. Let me take a peek at this. I'm a little curious to see. I've heard of people running operations out of a drug, garage or whatever. That happens. 2 brothers arrested for running drug operation out of a Seattle auto body shop. They seized a lot of coke, meth. 2 brothers arrested 11 months ago. That was just recently. Let me look and see. Let me look at this one. What in the world? Well, that was a pretty large bust out there too, including Arizona, Nevada. There's a huge one. Let's see what this one is. Oh, get out there.
I figured one of them was going to fall or squelch.
No, I lost my tripod.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, come on. Just do your thing. What the heck?
Hello, everyone. I'm Amy Alexander. I'm the Public Affairs Specialist for FBI Seattle. Thank you for coming out today for our event. We have several speakers today, and after we hear from our speakers and they say a few words, we'll be able to open it up for a few minutes for Q&A about this event. And I also have copies of the indictment and the press release over on the table over there. If you did not get a copy of that, we'll also be sending out the press release shortly via email. So first, I'd like to introduce Chief Jackson from the Tacoma Police Department and welcome her to the lectern. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here today to share the details of a joint operation hosted here at the Tacoma Police Department. The investigation of this operation uncovered individuals with ties to gangs operating a criminal enterprise within our community. Their activities extended beyond Tacoma, impacting communities across the region and even into other states. This was an incredibly successful operation, representing the strength and collaboration, and demonstrated what can be achieved when law enforcement stands shoulder to shoulder. At the Tacoma Police Department, we are humbled and honored to have served as command center for this large-scale effort, a role reflecting not only the trust and confidence placed in our department, but also the power of partnership among our local, state, and federal partners. I want to thank those partners, including but not limited to the U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, ATF, HSI, Washington State Patrol, the Pierce County Sheriff's Office, Lakewood Police Department, Seattle Police Department, South Sound 911, and all other agencies involved for your shared commitment to justice and public safety. I also want to recognize the dedicated members of the Tacoma Police Department who supported this effort. I am proud of your hard work, and I am proud to stand beside you. This is exactly what our mission is about, making Tacoma a safe place to live and thrive. In speaking to our community, as your police chief, I want to be perfectly clear. Gang activity has no place in our community. And to any young person who feels they have no other choice, know this: we are here to support you and connect you with the resources you need to build a safer, better future away from this path. So let me close with this. This case shows the power of standing together. It sends a very clear message. Criminal activity will not take hold in our communities. Tacoma is stronger today because of this work, and together we will continue building a safer future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you for hosting our event today and for being a valuable partner to the FBI Seattle Field Office for this initiative and many others. Good afternoon, and thank you all for coming. I'm Mike Harrington, Special Agent in charge of the FBI Seattle Field Office. I'm pleased to be here today with our partners from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Washington, the Tacoma Police Department, Homeland Security Investigations, the Lakewood Police Department, and the Pierce County Sheriff's Office. Our partnerships with these and other agencies throughout the South Sound Safe Streets Gang Task Force are the reason we're here today, and they make operations like this possible. More than a dozen agencies assisted with this investigation in some capacity. That's not just the case team who've been working hard on this investigation for months now. It also includes agencies that provided support on the day of the takedown, such as canines or SWAT teams at multiple locations. As a result, today we're able to announce the results of an 18-month investigation that began in April of 2024, targeting members of
The house was targeted, folks.
Knockout Crips street gang responsible for violence in the Tacoma area.
The house was targeted, not so much the individuals.
Yesterday, we executed 13 arrests of high-level fentanyl traffickers and 13 search warrants in the Seattle-Tacoma area and even beyond Washington state in Arizona, Nevada, and Puerto Rico. This investigation revealed that through a courier network, drugs are being trafficked into Washington state from a source of supply in Phoenix with Mexican cartel ties. Female couriers would fly down to Phoenix and then bring the drugs back to Washington state for redistribution in checked luggage.
Oh my God. Oh my word. Oh my word.
The supplier in Phoenix was also sending other couriers around the United States, and investigations into that activity are ongoing. Even before yesterday's takedown, investigators had seized 35 kilos of fentanyl across 2 months earlier this year, which is almost 80 pounds. Fentanyl was also found in checked luggage at the SeaTac Airport and Baltimore Airport.
They weren't just hitting Tacoma, they were hitting Spokane, they were hitting Coeur d'Alene. It was coming in.
We seized additional fentanyl and other drugs, as well as guns, some of which were stolen in our operation yesterday. Our ongoing goal is to stop the flow of dangerous drugs into the Pacific Northwest and Washington state to make Tacoma and the surrounding cities in Pierce and King counties safer. I want to commend the hard work of our case team to achieve that goal. When investigating a case such as this, partnerships are vital. I can't emphasize that enough. Behind these agency representatives standing up here today are hundreds of staff working tirelessly at all hours. For Wednesday's takedown, the FBI had devoted more than 100 personnel executing arrest and search warrants and processing evidence. More than 300 staff in total were present from all participating agencies. The work didn't begin or end with yesterday's law enforcement activity. Investigations like these take months or years, gathering evidence, analyzing data and trends, interviewing witnesses, and many other methods. We will continue to pursue drug trafficking organizations to remove dangerous individuals trafficking drugs into our communities to keep Tacoma and Washington state safer. To other violent criminals and drug traffickers, know that we are always watching for opportunities to dismantle your organizations and arrest and charge all associated individuals, and we're well capable of working together to do so. Finally, I should mention this is part of the FBI's Summer Violent Crime Initiative called Summer Heat. This is a multi-pronged offensive to crush violent crime by working alongside state and local partners, executing federal warrants on violent criminals and fugitives, and dismantling violent gangs nationwide to restore safety in our communities across the country. I'll now turn the program over to Tom Woods, Deputy Criminal Chief at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Washington.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. This was a coordinated effort between federal, state, and local partners to dismantle a violent drug organization that sold and moved thousands of fentanyl pills at any given time. Drugs that were destined for the streets of Tacoma and for the surrounding region. Each of those pills with a potential to kill. A group that possessed dangerous firearms in connection with their trade. A group who enlisted women to transport fentanyl and suitcases through our nation's airports.
Bam. There's
It's
one.
appropriate that we are here today on National Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day. We are in the midst of one of the deadliest and scariest drug crises in this nation's history. And today's event shows how we are to make progress in this challenge by joining the forces of the federal government with our state and local partners. The number of federal and state partners who collaborated on this initiative over the past several months is staggering. It spanned the entire country and spanned so many agencies in our region. And I want to call out specifically the two prosecutors who worked on this case, Christine Forrester and Crystal Correa, who spent countless hours into the night and over the weekend to help make this a success. And let it be clear that today is not the end. It is a continuation of the fight to make our streets and our communities safer. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Colin Jackson. I'm the Acting Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security Investigations in Seattle. As you just heard from my fellow speakers, we are here today to celebrate the success of yesterday's enforcement operation. That operation would not have been possible without the law enforcement partnership of the FBI, the Tacoma Police, Lakewood Police, Pierce County Sheriff's Office, and the U.S. Attorney's Office. We are all dedicated to keeping our community safe and ensuring that criminal organizations are held to account for their actions. Our main targets of this operation were known members or known associates of a violent gang based in Pierce County. That gang, known as the Knockout Crips, is a transnational criminal organization whose illicit activity posed a significant threat to public safety in the greater Tacoma area. Over the past year, our HSI office in Tacoma joined efforts with other law enforcement partners to investigate a large-scale drug trafficking network orchestrated by the Knockout Crips. The investigation was initiated in response to a string of homicides and other violent acts that were attributed to the gang. Agents and officers assigned to the case have conducted thousands of hours of investigative work to dismantle this dangerous criminal enterprise. It's critical for the public to understand that the individuals we arrested engaged in a wide array of dangerous criminal activity. They were armed, involved in shootings, and peddled the most dangerous of narcotics, all while risking the lives of those around them for power and money. Not only was the safety and security of our local community a top priority, we also sought to eliminate the organization's reach to other parts of the country. Our investigation revealed the Knockout Crips routinely employed couriers to transport narcotics, including fentanyl, to other cities across the nation. HSI and our law enforcement partners remain committed to dismantling criminal networks that endanger the lives of all residents of Washington State, as well as communities in neighboring states and across the nation. Our dedication to protecting our communities is unwavering, and we will continue to take decisive action to ensure the safety, security, and well-being of the American people. We are proud to announce that Tacoma is safer today because of this investigation and the hard work of our agents and officers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Swank, and I'm the Sheriff of Pierce County. And you heard everybody else that's up here tell you the details about this case, so I won't go over them anymore. I just want to tell you that we, Pierce County Sheriff's Office, want to thank the local agencies, our partners, especially Tacoma PD, for all of our work together, our investigators. This is an 18-month investigation, and we worked with our federal partners also to get violent criminals off the streets and make the streets of Pierce County safer. And I'm very proud to be a part of this. Thank you very much.
We'll be happy to take a few questions now.
Mike, if I could ask you a question.
Sir.
How would you describe the dent, the void that these arrests have made in the drug trade and crime in
So this is a very significant, I would say, brick out of the foundation of crime in this area. As we discussed, this group was sourcing these drugs from out of state, and were the primary conduit for bringing some of these drugs in here through the method we described from down in the Phoenix area. So that's supply. This has done a lot to cut off that supply of drugs into the area, and has also taken a lot of violent individuals off the street, because the drug trade was a very important part of this case. And these drugs can certainly kill, but the violence associated with the trade and with this group in particular is really what was significant and what was important to take off of the street. So sometimes in these cases, we will see this create a void that other groups will attempt to fill. We will all be on guard to see if that happens and take appropriate action if it does. But I think the other important factor for this is the deterrent value of this, is that the people who are out there who may be seeking to fill this void are on notice that we are all going to work together to make this community safer.
Interesting.
I noticed the names that are, there's not a lot of detail in this. Can we say broadly, law enforcement know of a lot of these people before this operation?
Yeah, so this is, as I said, been a long running,
So just so you all know, this came from the August 21, 2025. This was last year, okay? And this was one of the investigations that they came out public with in Tacoma, Washington. Doesn't mean that it ever traveled up to Moscow. I have no idea. These were all the people who were involved in the Tacoma bust. All right. If you look at them, they're people from Vancouver, Tacoma, Phoenix, Seattle, all the gang activity they mentioned, and then every single person here also conspiracy. So when you look at this on a whole, I have to ask myself, why the parents? Because we're talking about parents. Let's focus on the parents. Why would the parents be okay that this house was targeted? And how was this house targeted? Because every time I see something from the parents, I see something from the prosecution, I see, them say that this house was a target. Maybe not so much the people in the house, but the house was a target. And then I read this, and it just hit me. Well, we were talking about the vehicle that Kaylee had, and we saw the vehicle in the video before that. Had there been other vehicles, maybe presumably or speculatively, maybe cars were coming in bringing stuff into the town, alleged, of course. It's not too far-fetched. But then when the parents put this up, sometimes I blame this car for Kaylee being murdered. Think about that. Sometimes I blame this car for Kaylee being murdered. Something that has to do with this car. I'd been helping her look online for new cars, but she knew she had to sell her legacy first. Little did we know it would only take her a day to sell it, and she would officially be car shopping. My mom, my mother-in-law, and myself all went to Spokane with her. It was Thursday the 10th. The third place she went to, she chose the Range Rover. She was so excited to show Steve. By the time we got home, it was a little late, but she said, "Dad, you have to come take a drive with me." It was dark out and everything was lit up so nice. We discovered that the doors illuminated the Range Rover sign on the ground when the doors were open, and me and her were both like, that's just so fancy. LOL. He gave her a big hug and told her he was super proud of her, and he went to bed. That night was the last time Steve ever saw Kaylee. Friday morning, I woke up and looked out my back door, and she was already putting stuff inside it. I yelled across the yard, "What are you doing?" She said, "I'm going back to the house for the weekend. I have to show Maddie my new car." I totally agreed with her. And I asked if she would take me to get my prescription before she left. She agreed. If I would buy her a coffee. I went and did both of those things, and she parked exactly where she parked it in this picture. She let me out and went inside. I grabbed Murphy. I was waving to her as she backed out of the biggest smile on her face. I started running after her, saying, "Wait, wait." She stopped the car. I ran over, opened the passenger's door, and I said, "I almost forgot my coffee." And she laughed and said, "Oh, yes, my gosh, yes. Don't forget your coffee." I never thought that that would be the last time I would ever see her in person. Thankfully, we had a few phone calls and several text messages before the POS murdered her on November 13th. I was actually super excited for her to go show Maddie. It's hard not to wonder if that car got her murdered. She definitely would have not gone down there if it wasn't for that car. But would any of them have been murdered? This is all because of this stupid Range Rover. After I got done posting this, I was scrolling and came across this coincidence. I think not. Wow. She flat out says, "Sometimes I blame this car for Kaylee being murdered." I had no idea this trail that we would go down today and look at the car and look at the old videos, wondering if maybe there was some type of connection. It was a permit, a 3-day Washington permit. Why did she have a Washington permit for 3 consecutive days of use? What? Just feels like more is being hidden. And then in this video, we see Rosendahl run up to the house. It's not even past midnight. It's not quiet hours. People coming out with backpacks, looking out the windows with backpacks, and this car parked in the drive. This Jeep parked in the drive. Wondering if that's the same dealership or a dealership in Washington. It has dealer plates on it. Yes, there's people walking around in backpacks, people disappearing real quick. The guy in the window with
Hey guys, can you send someone out who lives here, please?
What is going on? What was going on in Moscow? Gosh. What comes across your mind? I mean, the other day we read the documents where the blood on the floor in Maddie's room, 3rd floor, was not human DNA blood. Not human blood. So whose blood was it? Did an animal get injured? Did a canine get injured? Was there a raid at 1122 that happened? Did they flashbang the door? What happened at 1122? Why does the expert that's coming, he's coming to talk about shooting, firearms. His expertise is officer shootings. Why? It doesn't make sense. There's no proof that Demetrius or Emma was there. There's no forensic proof. There are unknown DNA they never tested on the beer cans and the backpack. We still don't know whose backpack that was, whose beer cans that was. There's so much missing that doesn't even relate to Brian Koberger. But I think it has something to coordinate with adults. Perhaps. Perhaps. Yeah. On the floor, third floor bedroom, it said it was not human DNA. I about flipped out. I thought, oh my God, animal blood? Was an animal injured? Not DNA, human blood. Third floor, Maddie Mogan's bedroom. Who would have harmed an animal? Who would have hated an animal? Was that Murphy that walked out? Somebody sent me an odd message the other day that Murphy was injured and Rosendahl had to go give, I don't know, some crazy thing about he had to go and get another dog for JD. I don't know if that's true or not. That's far speculation. Very far down the line. If that car had, I mean, it's in her own words. It's in her own words. Sometimes I blame this car for Kaylee being murdered. Was that car connected to something? Was that car connected to perhaps somebody breaking into the house, a raid? I'm not sure. All we know is that we can go on documents, interviews, crime scene. The last of this hour, we're going to do this. Yeah, you keep things close when you have things to hide. What are they afraid of going to trial now from? Steve G was driving the Range Rover after 11:13. Yeah, he was last seen with the car. They did an update. That's so strange. Unless the knife they had was used on an animal first, how else could they have gotten it there? Oh, wow, true. Wow. Using vehicles, don't know. But let's go over here and let's listen to this interview that was released late, I think Friday night. And if you've heard it, great. I haven't heard it. I want to listen to it, see if we can glean anything out. I'm going to play it a little faster than normal. I want to see if Ava, very good friends, I want to see what she has to tell us.
SP Detective William Adams. And Will is preparing to dial
the phone number belonging to
I don't know how much of this is redacted. This is the first time I've heard it.
Hello. Hi, it's Detective Will Adams again. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I bet it's way sunnier and brighter down than it is up here.
I have not even opened my window.
Okay. Not gone on.
Yes, I'm sure you're very right.
I agree. Yeah. So I'm here with my partner, Detective Joe Lake, and like I told you yesterday, I think that was yesterday. Sorry, my days are running together. We wanted to call you back and kind of go over since you indicated that you were pretty close with both Xana and Kaylee. So we just wanted to go back and go over, your relationship with them, everything you knew about them, daily activities, social media stuff, whatever and then work. Just basically, as much as you know about their lives from your place in their lives, as much about them as we can get.
Okay.
So.
Hi, this is Joe. Thank you for taking our call and spending time with us. We're gonna have a lot of questions for you, and if let us know when you respond to the question. How well that is ingrained, or even give examples. Feel free, because that just helps us to understand things better. So one thing that Will and I are working on is what's called victimology. It's the in-depth study of our victims and our survivors, for that matter too. and we're just trying to understand them in depth. And it takes people such as yourself, that close friend, that really helps us to understand who they are, which can help us better understand who did this to them.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
All right. So I guess we'll start off how well, and we're going to be talking about both Xana and Kaylee.
Yeah.
So when we ask you a question, just so that we can kind of keep things straight over here, and then in your mind as best you can, like if we ask about family or friends, try to think of one person first and give us what you can on them, and then move to the next person. So does that make sense?
Yes. So I'll say like, oh, Xana this or Kaylee that. So I'll make sure that I state their names prior to me explaining what I know.
Perfect. So we'll kind of kick it off here. How much of the family members of those two did you know?
For Kaylee's family members, I did not know really any of her family members. I just knew them through conversations with Kaylee. I know that her and she was really excited to tell me that. Other than that, I never got the chance to meet Kaylee's parents, Kaylee's sisters, anything like that. Whereas Xana's frequently come and hang out with me and Xana and all of her roommates last year. So I knew through passing and through Xana, I never got the chance to meet Xana's dad.
She never met Xana's dad. Not even parents? I'm sure Xana's dad was involved. He was alumni of U of I.
Oh man, there's a question that I had for Kaylee. With Kaylee, you never met any of her family members, but she was excited about her. You remember regarding family? I remember yesterday you told, I believe it was you that told me that her mom wouldn't let her come home because of her hyper dog. Is that right?
I don't recall. I never said that information to you. But
Murphy was hyper. They sure blocked that out. Redacted. This is wild. I doubt if we're going to get anything out of it if it's all redacted, folks. Heavily redacted. Let's see if I can speed this up.
A bit and try and take notes, but if we pause and it gets quiet for a second, it's because we're trying to write down some notes. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
So I apologize. Being somebody in the room, I'm sure you talk on the phone quite a bit and try and take notes, but
yes.
So you know how it goes. Yeah. Are you good on family? Okay. So I know, because I'm checking my notes now. I know we did talk about your most recent memory, I think, of Kaylee being sad, and that was in regards to the being left out of an incident. Can you go through that and then kind of go through any other anything else like that about both Xana and Kaylee?
So Kaylee, we were supposed to go to a big formal. It was back in the spring. I believe it was sometime after March, so end of March, beginning of April. And this was when she was living at the Whites with Kate and Aaron. And the person who I was supposed to go to the formal with ended up taking someone else. And I was like, whatever, like, it is what it is. It's totally fine. And then I called Kaylee and I said, hey, are you still going? And she was like, no, like, I'm not going. And I was like, oh, okay, like, why not? And this wasn't until the next day that I got a chance to actually talk to her. So I went over to her house the next day. And the story that I got from her was she was getting ready in her room and she asked Maddie to come over and help do her hair and makeup for her. And I think her was running a little bit behind or something, or called Kaylee and was like, are you ready to go? Like, me and your roommates are going to, I think it was Tim in Pullman. They were going to go have a few drinks at Tim before they went to the formal. And Kaylee, in typical fashion, was like, I'm not going to be ready. I don't even have my dress picked out. My hair's not done. My makeup's not done. So just forget it. Like, I'm not going. And her roommates were like, no, like, we'll wait for you. Like, how long are you going to be? And she's like, no, I don't know. Like, I don't know how long I'm going to be. So her roommates didn't wait for her and they left. And I am not sure if Jack ended up going with the group to Pullman or if he stayed home. But I went over there the next day, and that's kind of the story that she told me. And she said that she was really upset for feeling left out and that they left without her and didn't wait for her. And I said, okay, well, you can't hold yourself up in your room for 24 hours and not talking to your roommates, not going to go make food. Like, that's not healthy. So I actually, what?
I said,
Oh, and so I took Kaylee out of her room and went and talked to one of her roommates. I'm best friends with Kaylee, have such a good relationship with her. And I said, Kaylee is the most reasonable person to talk to about this, and you need to express your feelings about this situation to your roommates and let them know that what they did was shady and hurt you. And she was like, no, I'm not good at confrontation. Like, I don't want to like rock the boat or anything. And I was like, well, you're going to, like, you're going to express your feelings. So when we were talking to Kate, I told Kaylee, I said, you just need to be completely honest, and you need to let them know that them leaving you at the house really hurt you. You didn't get to go to the formal. You wish that the communication was a little bit better as to what time they were leaving, what they were doing. And Kate explained that this was kind of spur of the moment, where they were like, all right, let's get a group together and go to Pullman, go to Tipper. And I just don't think that they were necessarily taking anybody else into consideration but themselves,
right.
Which is, it's very common when you're a 21-year-old female. You really are sometimes in a situation where you are only looking out for yourself and wanting to do things for yourself and not really thinking about other people. So in this situation, it wasn't necessarily malicious, and the intent wasn't ill and to purposely hurt Kaylee or to leave her out. I just think that that whole situation kind of got blown out of proportion.
Okay. And that's the last time you saw her, or the last kind of interaction you had with her, that where you saw kind of how she handled a stressful confrontational situation?
Yeah, I would, yes, that was the last time that I ever saw her upset about something. And then the other like conversations we kept in touch this summer, she called me, it was in June, and she said, I want you to come to my birthday. Like, is there any way you can get back to Idaho? And I love you. I miss you. I can't wait to see you when we go back to school. So we kept in touch, brief phone calls here and there, just checking in on one another over summer. And she never had said anything bad this summer. She said she was happy. She was living life. And when we got to school, I saw her before the semester started. I went over to her house, and it was Kaylee and Xana that were home. And she asked me, come with me to go get a tattoo. And I said, I would love to. So me, Kaylee, and Xana went to a tattoo shop in Moscow and got a tattoo. And
do you remember which shop that was?
I don't, but I know the name of the person who gave Kaylee her tattoo. Her name.
And that was local. You said in Moscow?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you know what
she got?
Do you know what the tattoo was that she got?
It was on her forearm, right above the crease, like of her elbow on the front side, and it was a tattoo for her grandfather. And it was, I think, like 3 or 4 words, like maybe "walk in his steps" or something that symbolized her grandfather.
Okay. And what tattoo did you guys get matching tattoos or kind of same?
No. She just wanted us to come with her because she was scared, and she was like, I need help. So that was really the last time that we got to spend, I would say, quality time together. And then the last time I saw her was through passing. She had been out drinking at the Whites, and I saw her walking on Queen Road, King Street or whatever. And I was outside, and I said, hey sis, like, where are you going? She's like, oh, we're going to the neighbor's house. Like, we're just having fun. And she was visiting. And at this time, this was a night that the cops were out giving a lot of MIPs or open containers. And I was just like, all right, Keely, well, I know that you are 21, but you still need to be cautious about an open container. So maybe you should not just be holding an open White Claw walking the street. And she's like, no, I'll be good. And continued on with her way. And I think that was one of the last encounters that I had with Kaylee. And that.
Okay, so just a little bit of background on who Ava Wood is. Obviously, she's all over social media. You can go and look. And she actually is friends with Erica Anthony. So the one that I think is in, obviously, the broken plea that texted Ethan, perhaps allegedly, that maybe Ethan was being cheated on, which I thought that was interesting when she popped up first. Frenemy. Yeah. She was an Alfie Fee sister, and she does have some pictures of Kaylee on her wall, and also does have a few, she's a teacher, few pictures, and she moved to Meridian, Idaho with Phoebe McGrath. So she moved on out of Idaho. There are some Pi Phi sisters in here. Ethan Smile, Xana, Kaylee J. Day, fundraisers. Oh, that's interesting. Here's a picture of the Whites on the 3rd floor. Ava Wood and who is this guy? Nathan Rios. Oh, interesting. And let's see. There's a couple other pictures. Oh, there's one of Kaylee. Wow, she looks different there. That was 2019. Yeah, those are just some of her socials. So she did know Kaylee. I was wondering to see if she had any other pictures with Kaylee. But I don't see very many. So yeah, to somebody's comment, frenemy, question mark? I don't know. I don't even know about some of these interviews anymore. Let's listen to what else she has to say. Let's see.
Okay.
Whereas Xana, she was a happy pea 24/7. There was a time where I saw Xana upset or having issues with someone. I mean, there was probably little things where, please excuse my language, but Xana would be like, oh, she's a fucking bitch. But then the next day, they're best friends. Like, that's just typical girl behavior.
Sure.
Other than that, it was just, there was never anything off about Xana. There was never anything that made me question, like, oh, is Xana doing something sneaky? Is she doing something that she shouldn't be doing? Never.
Okay.
Never. And Xana was a wild card as well.
What do you mean?
Like to party.
Okay.
She did like to drink at her house. She was always looking for something to do to keep her occupied. Rest of it, but it is the blue house that shares the driveway with the house that has the porch. That's where Xana lived last year.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
She moved one house over, but like I said yesterday, I spent every waking second of my life over there last year. From sunrise to sundown, I would go over there and wake Xana up for school, to movie nights together, to just simply drinking at her house because that was also another party house. They like to have parties and have people over, and there was never anything that I had to really question about Xana.
Okay. And while you've known them, there was no talking about Xana for now. Did she ever confide anything in you? Any relationship problems? Any, boy stuff?
She would confide in me. So Ethan was her first boy. She never had boyfriends or anything like that. So Ethan was the first person that she was able to open up her heart to. And I remember the day that we were sitting in her bed and she told me, I said, so what's going on? And I said, I heard you hooked up with and she was like,
is it me or does this girl know all the tea?
yeah, I did. And I said, well, tell me who. And she said, Ethan. And I was like, oh, you guys were best friends before. I knew that there was some sort of chemistry there, but
sure.
She would always talk so highly about Ethan. And I remember the day when she told me that she was dating Ethan. And she was like, yeah, it's kind of on the down low right now. We just started dating, but I really like him. He's so sweet to me. We get along. I mean, they were the same person, to a T.
Okay.
So that was the only person she had ever dated and loved. And it was very easy. It came really easy to them.
Okay. And no, as far as you know, was there any, did he ever cheat on her? Did she ever cheat on him, slip up, anything like that?
Nope. Not to my knowledge. No.
Okay. How about Kaylee? Same thing. I know you talked about her.
Mm-hmm.
Did she ever confide to you in boy stuff, anything?
The only time we really ever talked about boys was Jack.
Redacted. Redacted.
But nothing that was really out of the ordinary. Like typical Kaylee behavior, she would get upset about something and blow it completely out of proportion and be like, all right, Jack, well, I'm not talking to you. Like, we're on a break.
Okay.
And Jack was very calm with her, very down to earth, sweetest boy ever. And he would always be like, Kaylee, we need to talk about this. Like, you can't just all of a sudden throw your emotions at me. So they dated for a while. And over summer, I asked Kaylee, I was on FaceTime with her while she was hanging out with my best friend. And I said, so like, how are you and Jack doing? And she goes, oh, you haven't heard? And I'm like, no. And she goes, Jack and I broke up like 2 months ago. And I was like, oh, like why? And she goes, kind of the same reason why you and your ex broke up. Like, we grew apart. We started becoming more friends than girlfriend because we had dated for so long. And she said it was just easier to kind of focus on myself for a little bit and focus on my plan since I am graduating.
Right.
I know that before it was over summer, her and Jack were still dating, they were talking about moving together, whether it was to Charlotte or Texas or anywhere outside of Idaho. They wanted to move together.
Okay.
But
You know what really I question this is in the summer, it was said that Kaylee, excuse me, I don't know where that came from. Maybe listening to this interview. Kaylee and JD had broken up. Why would they break up? Number one. And why would they live together broken up? JD said that he lived there during the summer. And then immediately after the summer, he moved out. So what room did he occupy when he lived there? Where did he live in that house while Kaylee was there? I've often wondered this because if I'm being stalked, just hypothetically, because everyone says Kaylee was stalked, I would want a man to be in the house. I would want someone to be by my side if I'm being stalked. And where exactly did Kaylee live before she moved to 1122? We don't hear much of that. We don't hear much of that at all. And was she being stalked by maybe somebody in Washington that would come over to Moscow? Is that a possibility? Think about that, friends.
they did have a really good relationship, and he loved her. She loved him. They were honestly, like, they were probably going to get married by the things that she said about him and he said about her.
Okay. And so after her and Jack broke up, when about do you think they broke up?
I would say towards the end of summer, so maybe end of July, early August.
Okay.
Because I know that they were still dating by her birthday, and she is born June. So June, I think 9th or 8th is her birthday.
Uh-huh.
And I know they were still together. So it must have been sometime after that, between July and August.
Okay. And when you guys got back to school, obviously she was still single, right? Or not with Jack. Was she putting herself out there? Was she seeing guys, dating guys?
Not at all. To my knowledge, no. She was someone who was very content with her life and was content just taking a break from Jack and wanted to focus on her. And she never really threw herself at guys. If anything, if a guy hit on her, she was kind of more so the type of person that was like, oh, ew. Like,
so like she,
I don't know how, she wouldn't express that to this person, but she would always be like, this guy was trying to talk to me and I'm not interested in him, or something like that along the lines. But she never made it known to that person that she wasn't interested.
Okay.
But she was, yeah, there was.
So I guess I'm trying to understand that. So if a guy comes up to her and she or he hits on her or gives her a pickup line or whatever, and she's not interested, I mean, like,
her response would be, ha ha ha, oh, that's so sweet, or that's so funny, and trying to end the conversation right there.
Okay, but she just wouldn't be like, ew, no, and then walk away. Like,
no.
This girl probably had no idea what was going on. Was she not there? I mean, is she like in another circle of people? I mean, obviously Kaylee didn't confine everything into Ava.
That is not Kaylee. No.
Okay. So she was just nice about it.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And she'd be like, I'm going to go find my girlfriends now. Like, it was nice talking to you or whatever. She would never make a negative comment towards someone who was trying to hit on her or whatever.
Okay. Okay. And then obviously Xana didn't have any of that because her and Ethan were
Yes.
were together.
Correct.
And as far as you know, very well, very much committed to each other.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what major either of them were going towards?
So Kaylee was actually supposed to be an elementary teacher. Like, we were in the same college together.
Right.
We took the same classes as one another. So she was working towards an
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did anybody catch this? Who's clowning around? Get out of here. Get out of here.
What a mess! I'm the funniest clown, I must confess. Whoopsie!
Gotta do what we gotta do. Whoopsie, I hit the ban button. Okay, so listen to this. Did anybody catch what Ava just said about teaching?
Okay. And then obviously Xana didn't have any of that because her and Ethan were.
Hold on. So, and I have my credentials. So if I end up changing her major last second, but
Very much committed to each other.
yes.
Okay. Do you know what major either of them were going towards?
So Kaylee was actually supposed to be an elementary teacher. Like, we were in the same college together. We took the same classes as one.
We were in the same college together. Aren't they at the University of Idaho right now? Were they in a different college? Were they in a different college together?
Another. So she was working towards an elementary degree. However, she changed, not necessarily changed her major last second, but she didn't want to do student teaching, which requires you to be in a classroom from 8 in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So she decided to take, I think, like 2 extra classes to just fulfill her general education and get.
Are we talking about the same Kaylee Gonzalez? Who is she talking about?
A basic degree, and I think like general education or something like that.
Okay.
I know that she passed her praxis, which is the state test to get your credentials to teach in Idaho. So she was on the right track, doing everything. She
Had Kaylee already graduated?
just was like, you know what, I don't want to student teach, and I just want to get my degree, and I have my credentials. So if I end up wanting to teach later on in life, I want to do that. She was never really interested in teaching, but that was the major that she picked up on because.
Is she talking about 2 different people? Had she lost you guys? Isn't this really odd?
Preface that she wanted to do something within law. I think she wanted to be like criminal justice or be an attorney or do something like that later on in life.
Wait, I'm so confused.
Where did she do her student teaching at?
So she never got to student teach, but she did have to do practicum hours. Is that what you're?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, practicum.
I know that I think she had this one teacher that she made mention to me about, which I'm sure you guys have already gotten information about. It was a male teacher, and I'm not sure if it was at Mc or it might have been. I think it was Mom, and she had a male teacher that she professed was maybe a little bit creepy. He asked her to.
Is that Macomb at Washington?
Stay extra hours or after school. And since Kaylee isn't the type of person who's confrontational, she would just be like, okay, yeah, sure, that works. He did ask her one time to go out to coffee, and she was telling me this because I told her, I said, you need to email and the placement coordinators and let them know that this kind of behavior is not okay coming from a teacher. So he asked her one day to go out to coffee during their like lunch break or something. And Kaylee was like, okay, yeah, sure. It's like, I'm going to drive separately. And she had made a plan that her boyfriend at the time would be at the coffee shop with her roommates to make her feel more comfortable and just kind of being there watching, but not having this person not realize that they are friends.
Right.
And Kaylee was like, yeah, I'm going to drive my car. And he goes, well, my truck is right here. Like, let's just go. And Kaylee's not the type of person to say no. So she was like, okay, yeah, sure.
Wait a minute. You know that's unethical. So why even do it? A teacher going to coffee with a student? What? Kaylee made a mention that she was not able to student teach. Yes. So she changed it to marketing business. Why are you confused, Phoenix? Because this girl is saying things that don't even make sense that we have learned so far.
And they were supposed to go sit down and have coffee together. And I don't know if it was at Starbucks or a local coffee shop in Moscow, but I know that they didn't have enough time. So she said we just simply got coffee and went back to the school. And she never said anything like of him trying to make a move on her in the car or being creepy with her in the car. She just was like, I think that it's very weird that my practicum teacher, who's a male, is very adamant on wanting to get coffee with me and taking me out to go get coffee. Like, if he wanted to bring me coffee from the morning, like if he was stopping at Starbucks and I was meeting him at the school, sure, great. But to actually go get coffee with me, she said it was very weird.
Right.
So I told her, I said, you need to call Tate and Rebecca and let them know that this is not okay. And she was a little worried because whoever the placement coordinator is or someone within the educational field has a very close relationship with her practicum teacher.
Okay.
So she didn't really want to rock the boat or make a big deal out of this. And I said, well, Kaylee, if you're not going to say something, like, you just need to keep your guard up and keep a mental note of some of the things that are bothering you. And that was really the only story that she had made mention of this practice.
Okay, so she thinks, oh wow, wait a minute. Let me rethink this for a minute. She thought it was okay to get in his truck and go get coffee off of the campus. She thought it was acceptable. And yet she didn't report it. She didn't say no. And she was afraid perhaps of getting a bad grade. Is that right?
Teacher being weird.
Okay.
Did you guys just hear that? Did you get it? I don't know where they're interviewing this girl from, but listen in the background.
It's a very close relationship with her practicum teacher.
Okay.
So she didn't really want to rock the boat or make a big deal out of this. And I said, well, Kaylee, if you're not going to say something, like, you just need to keep your guard up and keep a mental note of some of the things that are bothering you. And that was really the only story that she had made mention of this practicum teacher being weird.
Okay.
Beep, beep. Yep, somebody caught it. Sorry, I'm late. I got my coffee. You caught that beep, beep, didn't you? I wonder where they were interviewing. This is Joe Lake. Wow.
To do Excel stuff, like, I cannot help you, but she was always working on homework. And she was the type of person very different from me. If there was an assignment due at midnight that day, she would start working on it at 11 o'clock at night and somehow get it done. Whereas me, I turned in assignments 3 months prior.
Okay. Dang, 3 months early?
Yeah, I'm a go-getter student for sure.
It sounds like it. Dang.
Yes.
I
like to get my things done.
When I was in college, I was a last minute kind of guy. So.
Oh, that was Kaylee as well. Kaylee would.
What? Yeah, she does have a lot of jabs at Kaylee, like judgmental. Wow, this is wild. I've never heard this interview before.
Moving on just a little bit. Extracurricular stuff like hobbies, parties, things like that. What do you know about Xana and Kaylee? What do they like to do? I guess outside of parties and drinking.
Xana, I don't believe she skied or snowboarded, but during the winter time, it was Xana's favorite thing to do was to sled down Lower 40.
Okay.
Kaylee liked taking her dog out on walks all the time. And since has a golden doodle as well, they're both the same age, they would meet up what I think would be almost every day, if not every few days. Just recently, like within the last couple of months, it was a consistent hangout session for them to bring their dogs, and they would go on walks together or bring their dogs to the park and be able to catch up.
Right.
So Kaylee likes walking her dog with Melissa.
Okay.
I don't believe Kaylee was a snowboarder or a skier either. Kaylee, I know, always ranted and raved about her working at multiple coffee shops up in Coeur d'Alene. So she liked making espressos for her friends and doing things like that. But
okay.
I know that Xana did like to go boating with Ethan's family in the summertime, and she spent a lot of time up with him.
Okay.
I know that Kaylee's, I don't know if it's Kaylee's sister. I can't remember if it was her sister, but she said someone, either her sister or someone close to her, recently moved to like the same area, and she was planning a trip to come down this last summer. And she was like, if I do come, like, you should meet me down there. So she was an adventurous type of person. She loved adventure. She loved planning trips and going camping with her friends and doing things like that.
Yeah. Now, like Joe here said, some of these, well, I don't know if he said it or not, but some of these questions are going to be tough. And, you know, there's a bit of an underworld, right, in college. What do you know about, let's see how I phrased it earlier. What do you know about like the dark circle of the group or the people that they hung out with or they themselves?
He said dark circle. What?
For Xana, there was never a dark circle around her, to my knowledge.
I guess what I mean by that is like did they
hang out with bad people?
Well, did they use drugs? Did they try drugs at parties? Do you know if they had a habit, that kind of thing?
So part of the dark circle would be things that public light is not shed upon.
Okay.
You know, it's kind of that stuff that's a little more on the secretive side, where it might be known through some friends, but not all. It certainly isn't likely shared with family or in their public profile, you know, their public persona.
Okay. I know that last year when I was constantly over at Xana's house, I know she has tried drugs before. I believe she's done cocaine a few times. It was never something that was a regular pattern for Xana, because if it was, I don't surround myself with people of that kind. So I know she has openly told me, like, I've tried cocaine a few times. I know that Kaylee, I don't believe, had a prescription for Adderall, but she was using Adderall quite a bit and I'm not sure where she got it from, but she would not necessarily abuse Adderall, but she would take Adderall to stay awake and crank out homework or do something. So I know that she has done Adderall before, and I know that Xana has tried drugs before, but it wasn't something that I really ever witnessed Xana doing. I witnessed Kaylee taking Adderall one time, but that was kind of about it. And I don't know if Maddie did the same thing. And I don't believe Ethan was that way either, but I can't really speak on their behalf.
Okay. You didn't know them as well as you knew Kaylee and Xana.
Correct. The only reason why I really knew Ethan was through Xana and through mutual friends before they started dating. So I did hang out with Ethan quite a bit.
Okay.
But it was more so just like at lodge parties, where he would call me over to come do his eyebrows or help him with his homework when he was over at Xana's house. But there was never a time where just him and I would be hanging out.
Okay. And are you aware of any, did either of the girls or any of the girls, have you heard anything about secret relationships, anything, you know, that was on the, no.
And the only person, if Kaylee did have her deepest, darkest secrets, the only person that would have known is Maddie.
Okay. And why do you feel that way?
Because that was her best friend. She was able to tell Maddie everything, and Maddie had no judgment, and Maddie would never go behind her back or do something to jeopardize that secret. Whereas Xana didn't have secrets, at least to my knowledge. She was very open with me. But like, if there was something that, just putting this out there, not saying that this is true, but let's just say Kaylee might have been hooking up with somebody and she didn't want anybody to know because she didn't want it getting around Moscow or whatever, the only person she would have told is Maddie.
Okay. Since we're kind of in the vein and you brought that up, have you ever heard any rumors like that about Kaylee or Xana?
Nope.
How about Madison? Was Madison hooking up with anyone?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that she had a very strong relationship with her boyfriend. I know that he graduated, but he would come up and visit her as much as possible. But
let's just talk about this subject for a minute, because obviously she doesn't know everything, right? What we've heard already from the investigators talking about this case and all the other people being asked questions and all the information that we've got so far from all the other sorority members and players and their themselves individually, except for 2 interviews we have not been able to get a hold of that I have been desperately trying to get. Now, let's just understand this. Maddie flew up to Boise on Parents Weekend, the weekend before all this happened, to see Jake. Jake Schreiger was her boyfriend. And comes back. And typically she would never fly. He would drive and go get her, and they'd have long weekends together and whatever. She plucks Maddie's. Oh, Maddie told Adam that Ethan plucks his eyebrows. That's a good one. Eyebrows. She says eyebrows. I plucked Ethan's eyebrows. Now, let's realize this at this moment. Maddie flies to Boise. Well, she goes to Coeur d'Alene, flies to Boise, back from Boise to Coeur d'Alene. All right. Now, Coeur d'Alene Airport is where a couple girls were flying in drugs, and they get picked up, and, you know, just months before this all happened, they're sitting in jail being ready to be sentenced. Okay. And this happens to be Maddie's stepmom and Xana's mom that get caught at the airport with drugs. All right. And a little bit of fent up there, you know, hoo-ha. Okay. So they're sitting in jail waiting to get their punishment. And you're going to tell me that everyone else in this whole entire investigation, except for Ava, knows that Maddie may have been messing around with Connor Chestnut. You're telling me that everybody else knows except for Ava? What? This girl that knows all the tea doesn't know this tea? Doesn't know that Maddie's messing around with adult? That Kaylee's messing around with some adults? How could nobody know this? How could nobody know this? Other people knew this. Jack Showalter knew this. Connor was his best friend. They knew this. And if you watched my video the other day, which I know that a lot of you are not on TikTok, all right, I'll just show it right here about this backpack with the Keystone Light. Was alleged that this backpack right here was two individuals. Now, I don't know if this is true, but this is the backpack that they found gum, white residue, and plenty of DNA. And the answer to your question is, why did he say that somebody is going to need to cut their hands? That's because in this unaliving, when you eat somebody that many times, unfortunately, the red stuff makes your hands slip, and potentially you can cut your own self. So I want to say something else about this backpack. And remember, there were only, three. There were three bloody scenes other than the whites, other than 1122. We're talking about the whites. There was a little bloody scene. Jack DeCour's apartment 1 at 1127. Per the documents, there was possibly blood and residue, bullet residue. And then at Jack Showalter's, there was blood, and it happened to be his own blood. Back real quick. It was alleged that this inside the backpack was Keystone beer, but to me, it just looks like a t-shirt. You can drop. It looks like fabric. It does not look like a t-shirt to me. Drop your comments and leave your thoughts. You know the drill. Be well. But one other thing about someone saying that this looked like Keystone beer in this backpack. Let me show you the Keystone beer that I found. These two fridges on the third floor, one on the left was said to be Kaylee's. The one on the right, the white, was said to be Maddie's. And inside Maddie's upstairs third floor fridge, because they were upstairs, they had their own little college fridges, which makes sense. But inside this fridge, lo and behold, was bingo bango. Keystone Beer. Now, I know it looks a little odd that, it's not just Keystone Beer. It looks like you got maybe some chips and some salsa and some hot sauce and hummus that you can entertain someone, and even have a little bit of cheese with your wine or whatever. I mean, it's possible you can entertain on the third floor. And behold was Bingo Bango, Keystone Beer. The same, perhaps, Keystone Beer we see down in Bethany's room on the first floor, all over the room. Now, remember what Chris Whitcomb said about perhaps swapping partners. And if there was somebody in the house that was taking another female's guy, could that be enough to cause some issues? Perhaps. So you have to look at what's laying around, what you see, use your eagle eye. There's a lot of information being shared without being said. Let's get back over to Ava, because I'm surprised she didn't know as much as we've learned.
Nothing to where a relationship aspect or anything that would be like a red flag that stood out to me for any kind of relationship wise is not in my knowledge.
Okay. So you haven't really heard anything negative or bad, and what I mean, and nothing.
This cop's trying to process. She talks to me. It sounds to me like she talks like a politician, y'all. Teacher.
I guess nothing gossip worthy.
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to go into social media, but if you're good.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go next. Yeah. All right. So let's talk about a little social media stuff. Did they have any? I mean, obviously they have Facebook and Instagram. Were they pretty active on there? Were you friends with them on those platforms?
Yes, I was friends with all four of them on Instagram. I was friends with Kaylee and Xana on TikTok. I believe I was friends with all four of them, if not Ethan, Xana, and Kaylee on Facebook as well. I don't know if Xana had Twitter.
Oh, they muted it out. She's not sure if Xana had Twitter. Well, let me just take a peek. I don't think she did. I think it was more of Instagram. Although Xana wasn't very...
Yes. Mm-hmm. Snapchat. I was friends with Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan on Snapchat. I did not have Maddie on Snapchat.
Okay. Let's talk about Snap real quick. Is that the main form of communication up here, would you say?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And oftentimes it's group text, individual text, both.
All of the above, yep. You can send pictures, you can send text messages.
I am familiar with Snapchat. I'm only 36. So
I'm the old one. And yeah, I'm not familiar with it. So I appreciate the insight.
So, yes. So, okay. And then, so on the group chats, like, I assume that you guys are using that for communication, like A, for fun stuff, but B, for like party invites, things like that, or basically setting up events. Now, I know that on Snap, you can set retention of text and photos and things like that, or you can tap and save them. Commonly on your group texts, how long would the messages be in the thread before they disappeared?
24 hours.
Okay.
I'm trying to look and see if there was any kind of groups. So there was a group chat that I was in with.
Sounds like she's not really in their inner circle.
And this was last year when we were talking about doing
whatever,
a Secret Santa.
Yeah.
So that was really the only thing that Snapchats were saved in.
Okay.
Yeah, most of the time you can either do it where the conversation disappears right away, or you can change the setting to 24 hours.
Right.
Or you can actually save the message in it and it's there forever.
Right. Do you have any messages on Snap between you and Kaylee or Xana that were saved?
I do.
Okay. Anything important that we should know about in those messages, or is it? And
nope,
redacted. What else is new? Come on. Let me see if I can scoot this along.
That was it.
What was that you used to say to each other?
One little text message that we used to say towards one another.
What
that was it.
What was that you used to say to each other?
Redacted. Come on. Keep redacting so much. Just want to hear it.
So, okay. Well, I appreciate you going through those. So
That was on Snapchat. I haven't checked DMs on Instagram. I mean, I'm sure Xana and I have.
that's okay.
sent.
That's okay for now. If you want to go look at those later and see if there's anything that you think is important, then when you get back to town in January, we can meet up and get that from you. So would it be fair to say that if people wanted to hide anything about themselves and they needed to communicate about it, it's likely that happened on Snapchat?
Either likely that it happened on Snapchat or it was mouth to ear.
Sure. Yeah, in person type stuff.
Yep.
Okay. But if it wasn't,
It would probably be in Snapchat or possibly like where Kaylee's concerned, probably a text message to Maddie or through Snapchat.
okay. Do you know? I know a lot of people are using WhatsApp these days, especially if they have friends and family that may be out of the country or they're on vacation or things like that. Do you know if any of them were using WhatsApp?
I don't even know what WhatsApp is.
Well, that makes me feel good.
I don't know what that is. So
it's kind of
not confirmed nor denied.
it's another messaging app that with settings to erase and encrypt messages type thing. Kind of.
Don't think that any of us would use that
Okay.
unless someone was hiding something. But for me, I don't know what it is. I don't know anyone who's like, oh, do you have WhatsApp? Like, you should get it. Like, it's never been a conversation of that app.
Sure. Okay. Do you think now this will kind of tie into the work stuff that you and I talked about a little bit yesterday with both Kaylee and Xana.
Yep.
Do you know what Xana did for work? Did she work at all?
She worked at Mad Greek. It was very sporadic when she would work.
Okay.
Xana was the type of person that would work and collect her tips for beer money.
Okay.
So I believe that she only had to work for her spending money because she never really made mention about, oh, I'm in financial debt, like I can't afford school or I can't do this. So I think that her dad paid for schooling or whether it was student loans or something, but the only time she ever needed to work was for her spending money.
Okay, for that dispensable income.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then Kaylee, I know that she worked with me as a nanny for the young to get extra money. Anytime there was a nannying job open or something, Kaylee was always the first one to be like, Nene, like send them my information. I'd love to nanny.
Okay.
Until she got this internship over the summertime. And I know she had to juggle her schedule with the young babysitting and this internship.
Okay. Going on to the nanny stuff, because I also know that you work for but on the nanny stuff, what was the rate? Like how much did you guys make doing that?
We got $15 an hour.
$15 an hour?
Mm-hmm.
And
And
what?
most of the time, because the mother worked a full day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 4 to 5 p.m. at night. So we would be getting paid $15 an hour for, I think, like an 8-hour day. And that was Kaylee's like big source of income last semester in the spring, when we were basically doing like a little tag team and we had a schedule going between me, Kaylee, and where we would schedule out our weeks and I'd be like, okay, I'm taking morning shift on Monday. Kaylee's going to take afternoon. Kaylee will have the girls all day on like Friday or whatever it was. So we kind of had a very set schedule going.
Okay. And that was with the young. And so it wasn't just like you and Kaylee doing it. There was a few other girls you mentioned that did that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And everyone got paid $15 an hour?
Yes.
Okay. And how did they pay you? Did they pay you cash, check? Was it always that?
Yes.
Okay.
And I know that Kaylee was the only one who was in Moscow over summer. So that's why I used Kaylee rather than me, Kaylee, and Bailey. So I know that Kaylee got quite a bit of time with the girls in Moscow. And I know that she sent me a picture on her 21st birthday of her watching the girls. And then I believe on her 21st birthday that night, she went to Pullman with Joe and some of her friends maybe later that evening.
Okay.
She went to Pullman.
When you were coordinating for the nannying or the babysitting, was that primarily through Mrs. Young, or was that through the school? How does that work?
It was through because her husband actually ran into me at the Kiddie Dome and said, "Hey, do you like kids?" And I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "Want to babysit my kids?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Like, send me your wife's number." And I called one night and I said, "Hey, I ran into at the Kiddie Dome and he said that you need a nanny." And I went over to her house that night and met with her and instantly fell in love with her family and her kids. And she was like, "So here's the thing. I need a babysitter from 7:30 in the morning until 5 o'clock, Monday through Friday." And I go, "Okay, don't worry. Like, I got it." And so I put a feeler out to all my friends and said, "Send me your guys' schedules." And Kaylee reached out to me. Katie reached out to me. Bailey reached out to me. And that's kind of how we got a set schedule going. And I think maybe I met Kaylee beforehand. If not, I think Alicia just felt comfortable and confident in my decision on who I would let around her kids. Her kids are basically my kids now. So she felt comfortable enough being like, "Okay, I trust your judgment in these girls. And if you trust them with the kids, then I do too." So I think one day I came home and it was Kaylee's shift, and that's when they met. And ever since then,
This is how fast she talks normally, guys.
Kaylee was just working for her.
Okay. So was it always the kind of that schedule, that Monday through Friday in the morning, or were there times where the young needed a break and maybe a little husband-wife time, so they asked you or Kaylee or the other girls to maybe take care of it at night?
Yep. So there was a few times where I would go on date nights, and I was always a first go-to person when I was in Moscow for date nights and anything like that. So would call me first, and if I couldn't, then she would text the few other babysitters that she had. So I was her go-to person, and then if I couldn't do it, she would send out the feeler to everybody else.
Okay. And, I know from, how people network and other things, did that ever translate into performing that same role for other families, other professors, other people within the university?
Can you clarify that question?
Yeah. Well, it's so. Did the young ever refer you also to to babysit for any of the other university family? Who were some of the other families that maybe you and Kaylee babysat for?
I don't know if I ever referred Kaylee to other people, since I was, like I said, a go-to person. But
Oh my gosh, redacted.
and there might have been one or two times where Kaylee watched the roles, but I can't be 100% certain. And then I think there was like one or two other families that Elise had sent my contact information to for occasional date nights or spur of the moment, because I also knew I was not a partier. I did not go out, and she was like, "It's a Saturday night. It's 8 p.m. I'm sure you can call her." And so people would call me and be like, "Hey, can you be here in 30 minutes and watch my kids?" And I was like, "Yep, I can."
That was very nice of you to do so.
Very focused on your schoolwork, it sounds like.
Yeah, and sleep. I'm a homebody for sure.
Well, you sound very dedicated to us, and we commend you. Yeah, that's a great trait to have. Special, and I don't mean this in any other way than a compliment, but for your age group, it sounds like you were very driven, dedicated, and committed to your future.
100%. 100%.
So with the babysitting, have you or any of the other gals that did this babysitting and things like that? Real quick, back up for a second. The other girls that you said that would shoot out the information to.
Text.
Yeah. Who can you can you slowly go through their names, because you said them a bunch of times, but it's a little fast in my hand.
Yes. So there was 4 main people. So me and Kaylee, and then there.
Oh, we don't want nobody to know who's a good babysitter. Come on.
And that was also Keely's roommate last year living at the Whites.
Okay. And who is the other girl?
There's
How soon did Yelk move?
Okay. And how often, like, since you guys are kind of all doing this nannying thing or babysitting, nannying, whatever, whichever one you want to call it. Back to the pay, $15 an hour, paid by but basically all under the table, right? Like no formal, there was no like hiring agency that you guys went through. It was all kind of just, hire a young gal to watch the kids and,
Yep, under the table.
Cool, perfect. I mean, that's,
That's the way to go.
that is the way to go.
Taxes taken out.
Yeah. With any of the families that you guys babysat for, and I don't know if it's you had maybe a couple others. I don't know about the other girls. I'll have to follow up with them. Was there ever any weird interactions with the parents or the parents, the husbands, the wives? Was there ever any weird interactions that occurred for any of the girls?
Nope, none.
Okay, and more specifically, was there ever any sexual innuendo or any type of alluding to
What? Wait a minute.
participation in?
Wait a minute. Why are they asking this? Why are they asking this about the babysitting job? What? Did anybody catch that? Why is he asking about the babysitting job and then going right into this topic? This was never a topic for any of the other girls. No background checks on these people. Just, I ran into somebody, we need a babysitter, date nights, and yada, yada. I wouldn't just leave my kids with anyone, especially a college girl, right?
In sex acts or anything of that nature?
And this is what the detective...
Under the table.
Cool, perfect. I mean, that's,
That's the way to go.
that is the way to go.
Taxes taken out.
Yeah.
Now, hold on a minute. This interview was done on 12/8. So they were still investigating. They were doing victimology, but they were grilling her questions in regards to Tyler allegedly on the 8th of December. On the 8th of December, folks.
With any of the families that you guys babysat for, and I don't know if it's you had maybe a couple others. I don't know about the other girls. I'll have to follow up with them. Was there ever any weird interactions with the parents or the parents, the husbands, the wives? Was there ever any weird interactions that occurred for any of the girls?
Nope, none.
Okay, and more specifically, was there ever any sexual innuendo or any type of alluding to participation in sex acts or anything of that nature?
Nope.
Okay. And obviously that's a very good, it's a good answer for you. Like, that clearly never happened to you, but none of the girls ever reported anything like that to you, or I'm never going to babysit for those people again.
So she was like the mama, and whoever needed a babysitting gig, they would go through her. Was she running I don't know, whatever?
Or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
And she didn't know about any of her girls working, and they didn't have any interaction like that too.
I think if something were to happen like that, they would report that information to me and be like, hey, this kind of happened to me. Like, should I be concerned? So nothing of that sort ever happened. And I know that when we were watching the young, Tyler was rarely ever home because he was either or it was rarely ever home. And we would pop in. She would be like, hey, give us kind of a rundown of what we could do for the day, and then she'd be off.
Okay, and so she was
So it was mainly for the wife.
primarily the one that would get home while you guys were still there, and then kind of relieve you guys, and then head out.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and most of these people that you're babysitting for, are they mostly full?
Yes.
And that's probably because you guys work in the area, and you see them all the time.
Yes, I somehow landed a job within the area and then all these coaches were like, "Oh my gosh, you're a babysitter! Like, help me out!" And so I was like,
Oh my gosh, these coaches.
"All right, I'll get a team together." And so I got.
All the coaches needed babysitters, and she got a team together.
That's
nothing like capitalism at school and college.
kind of how the whole kid wrapped into it.
Sure. Sure. Were you up here for the final? Yeah, you were up here for the final Vandal game, right? Home game. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. You went to work at 1 and came back till, you worked at 1, got done at 8:30, went home,
And I was home.
Yep. Fell asleep at 11:45, and then you woke up to get water. You were thirsty, and you sent a text at like 2:35 in the morning, I think is what you told me. And then the next
2:35 in the morning. How come she's never mentioned in? How come she's never mentioned in? Is she mentioned in the broken plea? Hold on a minute. She said she sent a text at 2. Who did she send a text to? Let me look in my e-reader. Hold on a minute. Was she ever mentioned in broken plea? Hold on, it's loading up. These cops are leading the witness. She has a lot to say about everything except that, right? Boy, she was locked and loaded and ready to share, and then bam, hit a wall. I wonder why. She got real quiet. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can see. Was she mentioned in the book? Reader. Do I still have my reader open? Hold on. Let me grab it. Let me see if this is it. Shoot. Let me go ahead and keep playing.
morning you wake up
I'll
at
grab it.
9:30.
Yep. And then I was just cleaning my house, and I was getting ready for a normal Sunday and preparing to do homework that I procrastinated. And then I made some lunch at about 11:50. 11:45, and then I hear a bunch of sirens, and that's kind of when all hell broke loose.
Okay, and did you tell me yesterday that you actually walked outside because you saw some of your friends and you were over there when the police were there?
Yes. So I think it probably was 12:10. I called my mom right when I heard the sirens, and I said, "Mom, I'm freaking out. There's sirens on my street. I'm seeing a launch standing outside in a blanket," and this was before they put caution tape around the house. And I said, "I need to go out there and check on everything." So before caution tape, before we really knew anything, I ran out there with a blanket, and I was just holding everything and making sure that Jim and Dylan were okay. And then I see Jack get out of the back of the cop car and come sit next to me, and I obviously wasn't going to question anything. And when I saw the caution tape go up, I knew that something really bad had happened.
So Jack, wait a minute. Jack came and sat next to her.
Looking out, there's sirens on my street. I'm seeing a launch standing outside in a blanket, and this was before they put caution tape around the house. And I said, "I need to go out there and check on everything." So before caution tape, before we really knew anything, I ran out there with a blanket, and I was just holding everything and making sure that Jim and Dylan were okay. And then I see Jack get out of the back of the cop car and come sit next to me, and I obviously wasn't going to question anything. And when I saw the caution tape go up, I knew that something really bad had happened, and I wasn't going to pry out answers. And I just wanted them to know that I was there for them, and I wasn't there to get answers, and I was just merely there to make sure that they were okay.
Okay.
Wow. That was a lot without saying too much. Now, it says in the book in Broken Plea, where are we at? It says that within weeks of the murders, police had expanded their victimology beyond King Road to broader areas of Kaylee G's life. On December 8th, ISP detectives Joe Lake and William Adams interviewed a woman named Ava Wood, who coordinated with the coaches in order to either babysit or get a babysitter for them. Wood told detectives that Kaylee had occasionally worked for Tyler Yelk, a U of I assistant football coach involved in recruiting. Wood said Kaylee babysat for the Yelk family during the summer of 2022, and she did not know how many times. In separate interviews on December 9th, police confirmed that Kaylee had earned $15 per hour providing childcare 5 or 6 times during the spring semester of 2021. Okay. Natalie Goss. Let me just see if there's anything else. And then it says that Jack woke up and said around 11:30 the next day, Sunday, November 13th, Jack, Michael Lyons, Nathan Royce, Braden Jensen came into the apartment and talked about cops being down the street at Haley's SIC house. He tried to call Kaylee on the phone, but no answer. Jack said he walked down the street where Kaylee's apartment was and saw Hunter Chapin, who was Ethan Chapin's brother. Jack said he asked one of the officers on the scene to tell him what was going on and told an officer that his ex-girlfriend lived in the house. Jack said the police put him in the back of a patrol car for about 45 minutes. Also present sitting with Hunter Chapin was another Alpha Phi, Ava Wood. Jack said Ava was a good friend of Kaylee. At some point, the University of Idaho put a text university-wide announcing the homicide that occurred. All right, that's all that was ever mentioned to those two things about Ava Wood. So let's go back over and listen to the rest of her interview.
And then, so we sat out there for probably an hour and a half. And then that's when I've got a really close relationship with Tyson. Tyson Barrett.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Because he comes.
Oh, Tyson Barrett, the cop. She has a good relationship with him. That's Tyson Barrett.
When I saw the caution tape go up, I knew that something really bad had happened, and I wasn't going to pry out answers, and I just wanted them to know that I was there for them, and I wasn't there to get answers, and I was just merely there to make sure that they were okay.
Okay.
This is the campus know all the tea, okay? She went over there and took cookies and a blanket. She doesn't know what's going on, but she went to render aid. And speaking of rendering aid, I just have to ask this chat. In America, this is what happens when a 911 is called. Cops show up and responders show up, EMTs. And let me ask your opinion. I've seen it over and over and over again where cops don't turn away EMTs to give help to even survivors. Okay? Let's think about this for a minute. EMT shows up and they turn them away and they say no, but they don't ask to make sure the survivors are okay. What? They don't check for anybody to make sure you don't have tachycardia, that you're not having some type of panic attack, that you're not injured, your hair's not pulled, you're not scratched or bleeding, or check anything on any of these survivors. What? Think about this for a minute. Someone left a comment the other day. Well, in the UK, they have to give aid to everyone, even survivors. Yeah, folks, something's not right here.
And then, so we sat out there for probably an hour and a half. And then that's when I've got a really close relationship with Tyson.
Tyson
Barrett.
Oh, okay.
Because he comes into the Kibby Dome almost every day. He's working the football games, and so he knows me. And when he showed up to the scene, he saw me sitting there with Evan, because Evan also works for the Kibby Dome.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm really good friends with Captain Barrett. That's Captain Tyson Barrett. And yeah, isn't that weird? Damn. Last murder I went to, I didn't serve refreshments. Jeff Rotal. I'm going to throw you in for the drawing. That is classic.
You are the greatest of all time.
That is absolutely classic. You are in the drawing. That was beautiful. Seriously, what's the rush to get them away? I don't know. We always thought and questioned this because they already knew they were dead. Somebody had to have known. Ava was there. It's okay. She has a close relationship with Captain Barrett, Tyson Barrett. You know, the guy who Payne is on the phone, on the cell phone, on the iPhone, and walking him around and showing everything. Yeah. All right.
And I could see in his eyes that he was looking at me like, holy shit. And he comes up to me and he's like, I'm so sorry. And he goes, do you know anyone in that house? And I go, yeah, I know all 4 of them. And he was like, I'm sorry, like, we'll figure this out. And then that's when he kind of told us, like, you are free to go to the police station. We'd like to, like, question you. And so.
Did you do that?
I did. Mm-hmm.
Do you remember who you talked to?
Oh, I don't. And I don't want to, what's the word?
Assume?
No, body type, like image, like describe someone. But he was, I think, bald and on the bigger side.
When you say bigger, like hefty, physically built, like, or like fat. You can say fat. Fat's okay when referencing.
Probably a little bit fat and round.
Okay.
And I believe he was with Moscow PD.
Was he in uniform or was he wearing like plain clothes?
He was in uniform.
Okay.
And I know that in his office, he had a camera set up recording our conversation. So if you wanted to go back and find my interview.
About what time was that on? And was that on Sunday or Monday?
This was on Sunday.
Okay.
And I have the text messages between my...
Approximately 12:39, and the interview took 1 hour and 16 and 30 seconds exactly. I'm telling you, this girl probably has got it written down.
Mom, but I believe I got pulled into the police station around 2:00.
Okay.
She knows exactly the time.
And was released around 4.
Well, let's just go over to this real quick. I want to see if Connor has that front camera because you know for a fact the defense asked for the camera in the Moscow Police Department lobby. Okay, they don't have a time on here, but it says this is the lobby. There's Gideon Roberts. Jennings, I believe. I don't know who that is. Doesn't say what time it is. I don't see a clock anywhere. There's the guy from Idaho that hangs around quite a bit. Don't know who he was. It's already dark outside, so it's got to be past 2:00. And it's a while until these people actually start leaving. So I bet they all come in around here. I don't know why it's so blurred out. Everybody walks in. Okay, so there's Maisie. There's the next is Emily. And Dylan has her pants inside out. The green sweat she has on. And she has those big white shower shoes. Why is she walking so weird? Are they that hard to walk in? Bethany's in the sandals and the yellow sweatshirt. And Lyndon Beck is in the dark blue sweatshirt. Josie, where is Josie? Is she there? I don't think she's there. Where's Josie? Is she in the purple? Hold on a second. Nope. Maybe she is in the purple. Let's see if he sits down by her. Dylan is on the phone. Pink has got to be Hunter Chapin. That's Josie in the sweatshirt right there. Dylan's pants are on inside out. Let me show you a different view. Hold on. There is another view of when they walk in. Her pants have to be in backwards. Hold on a second. Gideon Roberts, people. What time did they come in? Was it early? Yeah. Look. Her tag is on the outside of her pants. Her pants are inside out. Those are the green and the big, huge shower shoes. That's a tag on the back of her butt. Gray sweatshirt, green pants. Pants are inside out. Never got assistance from an EMT. What? Oh my gosh. All right, let's go back over to Ava because I just got sidetracked.
Did you get pulled in or did they ask you to come in?
They asked me to come
Okay.
in, and I asked Tyson, I said, do I need to go to the police station? And he said, unfortunately, yes, because you were on scene. Like, we just want to know what you know about this. And I said, okay, like, I'm willing to come give any kind of information that I know about this. And so,
Okay.
yeah, I drove Jeff and I to the police station. The court.
Okay. Okay. What else you got?
Tell me a little bit about the position or the position you have with.
I'm going to speed this up just for time. Come on. They redacted. Redacted. Why is all this redacted? Jeez. All redacted until right there. That's wild. Redacted.
Yeah, it sounds like great experience, Ava. It truly does. Anything else?
I think we're good. We've got
Ava, we've got a couple more questions, and we like to do these in person, but you're down there and we're up here in Moscow right now, camped out at the police department. I don't know if Will and I both identify. We're both with the Idaho State Police. We're both detectives with the Idaho State Police. So
yeah.
But when it comes down to the totality of this and your knowledge and your friendships with these people, who would do this to them?
Honestly, I didn't expect anything like this to happen, especially in Moscow. I know I'm not one to judge, and I believe everyone's innocent until proven guilty.
They redacted it. Come on, let's hear your thoughts, Ava. Come on. They redacted it. Yes, we believe in law too, and that you're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Jeez. Redacted. I swear.
Feed any information back, but the record is partially corrected because the
Begin to tell you who I think.
Come on, where does it stop? Here we go. Hopefully it starts right here. Maybe she saw something. I don't know. Let's see what she has, her thoughts about this.
Sure.
But if there wasn't any kind of speculation at all, I couldn't even begin to tell you who I think is responsible, capable of doing something so heinous.
Okay. I want to make sure that the record is partially corrected because the family has actually been very cooperative, but Jeff has volunteered and submitted his DNA fingerprints and been cooperative. He is actually not in. We generally don't feed any information back, but this is public knowledge that a lot of news outlets have ignored. But who does Jeff hang out with? Because our gut speaks volumes to us, doesn't it? I mean, It's like the hair on the back of our neck, how it stands up sometimes. Our gut is equally as powerful. So you may be onto something there, but maybe it's not Jeff. So who else does he associate with that could also possibly have a connection to these victims and maybe be the responsible party for taking their lives in this horrific crime?
Connor Chestnut dating Maddie?
I don't know. I have no idea. I just know from
alleged
people and information that I believe he lived at the Yacht, which is the apartment complex right next to both Kaylee, Xana, and I's house, because I live right across the street from them. Other than that, I have never personally met Jeff before, so I'm not 100% sure who his friend group is, what he even does, what he's studying. Like, I don't even know if he's even a current student. So it's hard to be able to tell who he associates with, rather than if you were to ask me about the band. I know all of the band. I know all those boys. I know Jeff. I know exactly who he's best friends with and whatnot. So it's hard to be able to give information about Jeff.
Okay. Anything else, Joe, on that?
No. In your sorority,
knows nothing about John Jack.
I think you told us that earlier.
Do you guys go by?
And Brian didn't live close to there.
Sorry, I'm new to the whole Greek culture thing.
Who is your closest or brother in fraternity?
Oh, I don't know who our brother fraternity is.
Okay.
I have no idea, but I know that it is known to be extremely close with
Santa
and
Okay.
those are kind of the three top houses that we like to associate with.
Okay. And I think the last follow-up question I have is, so I'm sure you've been following in the news and on Facebook the case a little bit.
I try to stay off social media quite a bit, just because there are a lot of speculations and a lot of rumors, and
right.
I don't want it to be a constant reminder while I'm trying to still process everything.
Sure.
But I know a little bit.
Sure. So, and I'm sure you saw the information that we put out about a vehicle.
Yes.
Do you know anyone, or aside from what you may have seen on social media, do you know anybody that drives a car like that?
I do not. I'm very aware of when I am coming and going from my apartment and getting into my truck, of what cars are on my street. And if I'm like, oh, that's a new car I've never seen here like before, it's like, oh, who is this person visiting or whatever.
Uh-huh.
But I pretty much know all of the cars that are residents or belong to residents of that little community. I don't know what cars belong to the apartments of the Queen Road apartments, or if you would say but they have to drive up that street anyways all the time. So if it was like a familiar car or something, that stood out to me. I think I'd be able to remember it. Like if it had some sort of graphics or if it was loud, then it would be something I remember. But I don't recall seeing or even know of anyone who drives a white little Hyundai or whatever it is.
Yeah, Hyundai. Yeah. And so how did you get home from the Kibbe Dome that Saturday night? Did you drive? You drove? Okay. And you didn't notice any abnormal cars or kind of like what you were saying, how you pay attention to that stuff around you. You didn't notice anything
No.
like that?
Nope. And I got to my apartment and I was on the phone with my dad and he needed my tire size. So at about 9 o'clock at night, I just went outside and was on the phone with my dad and giving him my tire size. And I didn't notice anything weird. I mean, I did hear Sigma Chi's music because I know that they were having a party, but that's like an every weekend occurrence.
Sure. Okay. Well, Joe, unless you have anything else.
No, I'd just like to thank you again.
Oh my God, that was a waste of my time. She didn't offer no evidence other than more questions. Like, who did she send over there? And wait, somebody said something about this video that I just showed. And they said that in this video, Dylan passes Bethany a note. What? In this video right here? Well, let's go and look. Hold on. They leave. Let's make this larger. They leave. Let's see what time they come in and I'll slow it down. They start walking in here. Okay, hold on. When did she pass the note? Let me slow this down a little bit. Let me go back to the right when they walk in. Hold on. You're saying they passed each other. Bethany passed who a note? Dylan passed Bethany a note? All right, let's see. I think that's Hunter Johnson walking in. Okay, that has got to be Maisie. That's Hunter. That is Josie. That's Dylan holding Bethany's hand. And who was hugging Bethany? Somebody was hugging Bethany. And Bethany and Dylan are still standing by each other. They're holding hands. Holding hands still. They moved over. Hunter's pushing the button to call somebody. You see her tags in the back. Bethany's looking around. There's Hunter that just walked in, Hunter Chapin. And I think that might be Lyndon Beck. Don't quote me on that. And I don't see Dylan handing Bethany anything. Hold on a minute. Let's see. It's got to be before they walk in. She looks like she's going in her pocket. Her pants are inside out, so her pockets have to be on the... Maybe she pushed him in. Where does she get a note from? Somebody left a comment that Dylan passes Bethany a note. Let me see. She goes to hug Emily. Bethany leans over talking to, I think that's Josie. Maybe, I'm not sure. I wish they would unblur their faces and their hair. Josie has her hat up. I don't see Dylan passing Bethany a note. Dylan's sitting down on the ground with those big old shoes on. I guess they all just take a seat waiting for somebody to open the door. They can't have all these people just sitting around. So Dylan scoots closer. Well, what is she doing? Okay, so that's got to be Josie and Lyndon over on the left side. Hunter Chapin is standing up. Emily and Hunter are sitting on the floor. Maisie's by herself. Dylan and... Hold on a second. Let me see if I can zoom in here. I didn't know that they undid that. Hold on. Let me see. When do they unblur that? Oh! When did they unblur that? I'm playing this very, very super slow, guys. So I'm even shocked I was able to grab that. Hold on. Oh, let's look at the front of her head. Hold on, let me take this one off. Let me put this up. Hold on, I just got it. I'm going to put it up on the screen for y'all. Did she wear extensions? Anyone know? All right, here is the photo. Let me see if I can enlarge it. Hold on. See if I can get it larger. Bethany's the one that keeps her hood up. Dylan, I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me see if I can just crop this. That might help a little. All right, here we go. Look at this one. See if you can see the top of her head. Did she wear extensions? I know Kaylee did. I know Maddie did because it was in their autopsy. Look at the top of her head. Anything unusual? Dylan does it when they are still standing. I saw it once. Okay. I don't know. Does that look like something in the front of her hair? Maybe her hair? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Yes, right before they go upstairs. I see an odd spot. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Looks like a bruised area. All right, and then let me put this back on here. And then let's go over here. Bethany's in the, yeah, she's there. Gosh, it's so hard to tell. Is there an odd spot or is it on the left side? I don't know. I'll do some digging on this too. I wish we can zoom in and speed it up. Okay, so this is why do they keep covering her feet? They cover her feet. That doesn't make sense. Then they cover Bethany's. Then they uncover her feet. Her hair is uncovered. I don't think Bethany has ever put down her jacket hood. He walks out. Here this is again. Why are they? A little unrestless, huh? Let me see. Did she ever put her hood down? Trying to get a different shot of if they blur. Yeah, why did they blur all this? That doesn't make sense at all. I got one good shot of her hair right here. Let me see if I can zoom in. This is one where they've unredacted both of these. Why was it so necessary to hide their faces? Why is it so necessary for them to blur everyone out? They're all adults. This is a crime. She stood up and then slipped it in her pocket. Oh, I didn't see that. When they're inside before they get called upstairs. So she slides something into her pocket, and I'm not sure if it's a note or if she's trying to hold her hand. It blurs like whack-a-mole. Yeah, she slides a note out of her pocket. BF doesn't want to be anywhere near them. So weird. All right, I must have missed it when she dropped the note. Must have missed it. Hold on, let me see. When they stand up and they go inside. Maybe Bethany's not choosing to talk to her. Dylan's on her phone. Bethany has her head in her hands. Dylan's a little squirmish. I guess they're getting ready to stand up because the cop's coming. They can't block the door. Here they go. Let's watch. Well, I don't see her give her anything either. Interesting. All right, y'all. It's frozen. Shoot. There you go. I didn't see her hand anything. They stand up. The cop comes over. They stand up. I don't see her give anything to Bethany. She's far over. They don't even come in close contact after that. Not like when they did when they walked in. She walks in front of Bethany. All right. I didn't see anything. I'll go back and watch it again. That's just interesting. I find it all just too interesting that we see this car that could have been in Price. We see mom's statement that sometimes I blame this car for Kaylee being murdered. Why would she blame this car for her daughter being murdered? Doesn't make any sense. No sense. It was in slow motion. This doesn't make sense. But we went through all the backgrounds. Ava doesn't have a background either. I know somebody asked me to check on that. There's nothing in the Idaho repository. You know, I mean, when people say that it can be X, Y, and Z, I still wonder. Now, if you guys watch the newest show on ID, on Brian Koberger, I watched it, and it's just a regurgitation of the narrative. Okay. If you're going to watch it, it's pretty boring. Documentary. I did watch the show that Real Eyes Analyze told me about. If the night of, holy moly, that was absolutely amazing. Okay. That was freaking amazing. And I've had a little bit of fun this weekend, a little bit of downtime. I've had a little bit of research time. So that whole ID documentary that we talked about on Friday on our Freedom Friday, and Realize, Analyze says, oh, I think I saw it. No, it wasn't that one. This was a really super boring one, folks. Regurgitating the same stuff. But now they're saying in this new documentary that it was on 16 minutes that he did this crime. So they can't even make up their mind what they want to tell their audience. Okay. They can't even make up their minds. All right. So, yeah, it was like 16 minutes. He did this and X, Y, and Z and that. And I was like, you have got to be kidding me. This is a joke, right? This is the one I'm talking about, the one that we talked about on Friday. I watched it, wasted my hour and a half, and it was same old shit, different day. And it's just another hit piece, another money maker for someone. And, one thing that we talked about on Friday is I don't know, obviously, like a lot of people, why they're continuing to do this, but I have seen this, and I just have to share with you before we go. The hits that they keep taking on Kohberger. Howard Blum has now said, I've investigated Bryan Kohberger since the night of the Idaho murders, and this is why I still believe he didn't act alone, and what he'll reveal next. Howard Blum. Howard says that Kohberger never acted alone. He was the accomplice, guys. I can't make this up now. I can't make this one up. I was like, you have to be kidding me. No, he's saying that Kohberger is an accomplice. He didn't act alone. I wonder what else we're going to get before this whole new debacle is unsealed, undone, validated, shared. This is the whole campaign that what's his face? Blum is now saying. I can't make this up. 16 minutes, 8 hours. What it matter? It's just time, right? Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. So yeah, Howard Blum, I just read an article the other day about Howard Blum. Let me pull it up, saying that he was the accomplice. Hold on, let me pull it up. Unsealed documents, latest articles. Steve G in his own words, former professor denies contract with subject. Oh, you guys can go find it. It's been a long day, but he's saying that he is now an accomplice. Okay, he didn't have an accomplice. He is the accomplice. Oh, where is hold on. I don't know why it got removed. Let me put it back up. Where'd it go? Did Bryan Kohberger have an accomplice in the Idaho? This is Howard Blum. Let me see if it loads. Here it is. The Eyes of Evil. The Eyes of a Killer, Part 6. This is what Howard Blum says. I don't believe everything I read. Where is it? Bryan, he pleaded guilty. Did he act alone? That's his latest one. Did he act alone? I don't know. Maybe he dreamt all this up, guys. Maybe it's just a dream. I don't know. But at the end of the day, here is the article I was going to share. Bryan Kohberger didn't have an accomplice. He was one. Can you believe this? Oh, you guys can go. I'll drop it below. You can read this article piece. It's just getting worse and worse out there on the streets for anybody being accused of any type of crime. I see crap come across my desk all the time, and I'm thinking to myself, what kind of world have we made here? What is going on? Wow. Hit piece, hit piece, hit piece. One thing that I want to say before I go is that thank God I don't hate anyone. But I want to show you that. How much money would you guys do this? Oh my God. Talk about the roller coaster of the Idaho 4 case. Would you do this? Drop a 1. Oh my gosh. It stops right here. Oh, heller to the nah. No, 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 no. This is the Idaho 4. Here we go again. Roller coaster all the way. Y'all, I appreciate every single one of you. You have a fantastic, blessed evening. Love on your loved ones. You know the drill. Be well. And thank you to my mods. They are absolutely amazing. You guys, remember, if you ever get accused of something, oh, hell no.
To bring.
If you ever get accused of anything, remain silent. I don't know why this pushed it here. Hold on. Let me see if I've got this one on another stream. It keeps pushing that. Oh, yes. And remember, August book club, Framed. You guys don't want to miss this, right? This is going to be an amazing one. Let me just take a look at this. My downloads for July. Why is it not giving me? My computer is acting all crazy. I don't know why. Here is the one I need. Yes, don't forget, tomorrow is Framed. It's at a special time on my channel. You can see it right above. I do have some new merch coming. I'm sure you all are aware of that. Get ready because this is going to be beautiful. I have picked out the colors. I have picked out the items. I am excited about this. I've got new banners, new everything. Hold on. I guess it's not going to show me. Nope. It's not going to show me. All right. So I'm excited. I don't know if you're excited, but this is going to be amazing. And tomorrow I will go over the Amazon clicked activity. People ask me, some people know that I used to work for Amazon in order services, fulfillment, and production. And yeah, I'll tell you exactly step by step, every little thing that was clicked on, talked about. I don't think it's anything nefarious. I've already looked at it. And I don't know why some people are not talking about it. It's just weird. It's weird. They don't want anybody to know, but then they don't want to talk about it. Totally weird. Y'all have a great night. Enjoy yourselves. Be well.
It's up to the state to bring evidence and a jury to decide if that's different.
Essentially convicted in the media. You don't have to read but a few articles to see how negative they are about him. He has a right to have this information withheld, brought out in public, so that people can see it's not this neat little package. So people can start to wonder if Brian's innocent. Your Honor, Brian is innocent.
They call it the August effect. A quiet pull, a heart's compass, finding its gravitation. A promise whispered to the future. Sunrise paints the window pane a hazy gold. A story in my chest that's waiting to unfold. Used to trace the lines of maps I'd never seen. Now the greenest pasture grows from deep within. Letting go of every anchor, every chain. Washing off the dust in cool September rain. The road ahead is unwritten, vast and wide. No need to run, no reason left to hide. Every step a choice, every breath my own. On this open field of chances I have sown. This is a freedom loud and new. The future calling, breaking through. A heart's true north, a sky of blue. This is a prominent truth. The August effect, I understand it now. It's the faith you find somehow. The promise coming true for you. The greenest pasture